Ay, 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 let it die. Ay, 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 let it die. Ay, 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 ay. Let it die. Let me try this. I think this is better. Okay, getting after me. Ay, 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 ay. I'll get it back. Ay, ay, let it die. In minute. Schnell schießen. Ja, ja,
I meant to get a battery.
Chaim. Miteler Rebbe, as we know, was very madgish this union of a Farbrengen. The musig of a Farbrengen is better an entirely Chassidische innovation. So there always has been throughout history in the Seder of Klal Yisrael. There's the musig of Limud HaTorah B'Sabte, we can davenen zusammen. But serving the Eibishter, Beif and Pnimi, together, sounds like an oxymoron. It's Mimonavshach. But we know that the Baal Shem Tov was Megal of this Inyan, that there's a concept of the Achdus Yisrael is not only not a distraction, which Bapashtus, that's the way I would understand it, but this is a Kli for Avidus Hashem. So the fact that we're sitting together in Farbrengen, that's a Chiddush. You know, the Meise Piskim Mishmai Noches, was Malach Michal can uftan, can nicht uftan, can uftan a Farbrengen. So that's basically saying the concept of Achdus Yisrael, because the Malachim, each one has their own distinct Aveda. So Michal and Gabriel can't sit together. Pashtus, each one has their own shlichus, their own inyan. It's not just a Xeris Akosov that two Malachim, Malach can't do two shlichus. Because a Malach by definition is a shlichus. A Malach means a shlich. Yishlach Malachi lefanecha. That's what Malach means. My mission is who I am. So this is my inyan. I can't be two inyanim. If that already means I'm two Malachim. So two Malachim come Farbrengen together. Mashenkin two Yidden, even though each one has their unique Aveda, we can Farbrengen zusammen. So if one is Marit Teira, another one's Maruf Din Tovin, another one has a Kav delay, is Avetz Tefillah, and another one is Gemilas Sodim, Tomit Zich, Tomit Atzveiten, whatever it is. The Yesod of a Farbrengen is that two Yidden could sit together and not only inspire each other, I could say of art, but it's work. We're working together. Now, like many things in Teres Achsidis, or in the Mesivta of Darkei Achsidis, we have Verte, Helike Verte from the Baal Shem Tov, from the Magid. The Alter Rebbe came and added language, but the real Hagdoris, to put it into Havana de Gesprach, comes from the Miteler Rebbe. We are really mostly Talmidim of the Miteler Rebbe. Meaning the Teres Achsidis that we learn Ukutei Teira, we learn Teira, but if not for the Miteler Rebbe, we wouldn't understand what it says. We're really using language which the Miteler Rebbe introduced. You know, there was a Seder by the Miteler Rebbe. He would write down the Mamarim of his father, and then he would write tremendous Hezber, and then he would write Sikumim. Also, the Mamarim in the Siddur, in the Alter Rebbe's Siddur, which the Miteler Rebbe put together, are Sikumim of his own Mamarim. So it's not really exactly just a hanocha of what he heard from his father. So Miteler Rebbe brought us to this place that we could understand. In Pashat, in the Seichel from the Nefesh HaSichlis, even in the Seichel from the Nefesh HaBamis. So the Miteler Rebbe said this Hagdorah. Chlal, it's Yodua, the Miteler Rebbe was the first, what we would call in our language, a mashpia. The Alter Rebbe was Memana, the Miteler Rebbe, to be a mashpia for the younger Chassidim. And then there was Younger Light. There's many stories of the Miteler Rebbe with Younger Light. Many of them are from before the Nesius, and even after the Nesius. The Miteler Rebbe was very focused on Chassidim, the Younger Light. These Chevre. I mean, Younger Light in those days could be 16 years old. Yeah, Younger Light was what we would call today Bachrim. People searching looking for something more, and he invested himself already as a younger man in being madrich these younger light. In fact, it's interesting, even later, the Miteler Rebbe never really changed this mahalach. So Yodua, the Miteler Rebbe was the only Rebbe which never dealt in Afatz Mayams. There was no such thing as the times of the Miteler Rebbe. You want to find a single story of a Misnagid coming to the Miteler Rebbe, Mitakasha, or the Mitateret, or the Miteler Rebbe going out. The Alter Rebbe, we know, went out. He went to Minsk, and Pinsk, and Slutsk, and Tzemach Tzedek was weiter. With Rebbe Volozhiner. Certainly with Rebbe Marash, there's many stories in the Rishimis of engaging with Tzai the Gedalim and Tzai other people. The Miteler Rebbe was very focused on the Jungelite, on Chassidim, and the Koch was, as Jungelite on Reden, Yichud Eloi, Yichud Tato, the Atik Onarich, or they should know Atik with the thinner finger. That was the expression. They should know, like they know their own 5 fingers, that's how they should have a clarity, recognition in Atik Onarich. But the Lashon that the Miteler Rebbe said to describe what a Farbrengen is as it's 2 nefesh alikis on 1 nefesh bahamis. This is from the Miteler Rebbe. This is the Lashon. So we know it's Azevi Vaser. Obviously, this is the way we grow up. But if you think about just the Eimek of a Salikda, there's a Farbrengen, you get together, we sing Nigunim, we say Maises, we say Avort, we hebt mit Advar Malchus, we sitzt zusammen. What's the power of this thing? So the Miteler Rebbe said, what's going on over here is that everyone's leaving the Nefesh Bahamis alone. Come over, it's not the Taichis that B'shas Avon Farbrengen, ich bin geworden, ois Baltaive, or ois Meyuish Benafshe in Avede, or whichever any other klippus, Atzvos and Gatsaruach, we still carry the suitcases with us. But there's what you call Sepas Nishva Farbrengen, right? As we're sitting around the table, we're communicating now from a different place, from a better place. And everyone is privately still has his luggage and his stuff. But the communication over here, mitvu trefft man sich, is from our nefesh alikis. And that's the power of a Farbrengen. And I myself wouldn't be able to do that. A person sitting himself, struggling with his nefesh bahamis. So, how can I do that? If you come to a space where over here, as a retman, in other words, there's another person, and this is the deal, the contract, that this is, this is mechayev, it pulls and it empowers my own nefesh alikis. So for the very Farbrengen, for this we also have to be grateful to the Miteler Rebbe for giving us such sprach, what we're doing over here. L'chaim, l'chaim. Pada b'shalem. Good to see you. Good to see you. So you're here now. Yeah, that's when he went to Germany. It's not Russia. No. The Pashtus is the Miteler. The Pashtus is the Miteler Rebbe stopped him because of Machlekes. Meaning, the Machlekes when he snapped him became so severe that Shemish couldn't child. So he stopped. That's it, and the focus was in Zibah Gzeda, the Tamash Arangin and the Islam Shishon. Sidim which were living in a shtok, we would say Kiddush and Baruch Hu outside. It says in the Kuntres Teres of Sidis, that's why in times of Mitzvah, because Machlekes come down, because there was no communication. How do you, where do Machlekes go with? So Pasuk Gemara knows. So Avita Hero, the flower, and the Eitzah from Machlekes, just let things calm down, and with the time that you can agree. tzadik, mikvar tzadik, v'yator Elohim. Chaim. If one could that the Rebbe would always chazer, what's the Miteler Rebbe? What the Miteler Rebbe stand for? What was the Miteler Rebbe mechadish in Shalshalas Achsidis? As zwei junge Leid sollen reden Yichude Hilula und Yichude Tator. Like the Rebbe said in Tovshin Yud Beis that the Rebbe hat a schon aufgetan. Meaning the Rebbe already provides and gives the keiches for it once the Miteler Rebbe established that this is the Seder, so it's possible. What's in order geblieben is that it's up to us. Two younger light. Then the Rebbe was talking I'm not sure exactly what the lashon was. If I'm not mistaken, the Rebbe said two younger light should go in Williamsburg and in Brownsville, or maybe in Williamsburg and in Brooklyn and Williamsburg. Should talk in Inyan Chassidus, and that's already telling in us. Because first of all, the pastors, it is the Yortzeit and the Chag HaGeulah of the Miteler Rebbe. So there's first the erste Sache is Poshet to wie the lashon is always by Yidden's Chuse Yagen Aleinu. There's a lashon of the Maim of the Friedrich Rebbe. He says Chuse Yagen Aleinu is milashon Zakus. It's not just Chuse that his merit should protect us, nor his refinement. In other words, the fact that in our context, the fact that the Miteler Rebbe refined the world to such a place where it's possible for younger light, that's our protection. That's what we're looking for. We know Bachsidim, a yortzeit of a tzaddik, in Huledes, a yortzeit, Chag HaGeulah, is opportunity. Amol, in other kreisen, there's a say there's Mesog Nishkin Tachnun. What is Mesog Nishkin Tachnun? Because it's half Rebbe's cheshbon. Today's the Rebbe's day. The Rebbe's Neshama shines. So it's a past today to be discussing our Avedas and where I'm up to. Today's the Rebbe's day. Which is, Bichlal, this is not a simple Aveda. This is a Seder Aveda of Tzaddik B'Menosa Yechaya, that you have a Tzaddik, und mit tanzt auf Rebbe's Wagen. So on such a day, just like everyone in the San Simchas Torah, it's a passage is now to sit and clap al chet, because the day shines, so the Rebbe shines. So there was once, in Otvotsk, the Friedrich Rebbe came to visit one of the smithim of Timchet Mimim, which was in Poland. It could even be it was in Vilna. There was a few branches of Timchet Mimim, and it was obviously a great day. You have over here a branch, young Bachrim in the yeshiva, and you have the Rebbe is coming to visit. And the Rebbe is coming to visit, Mesog Nishkin Tachnun. We're talking over here, Polish Chassidim, or Akoponim, the Polish culture. Chassidei Chabad, but they're coming with the Hanochas of the Pashtas. The Rebbe is in town, pastors Zogin Tachnun. So they daven Mincha, and they skip Tachnun. So the Friedrich Rebbe turned around. If I'm not mistaken, the Menal of the yeshiva then was Reb Zalman Gerari, who was afterwards in New York. And he asked the Rebbe, the Rebbe asked him, was auch Mishkin Tachnun? So he said, well, Mezok do, as the Rebbe is do, Pashtas Zogin Tachnun. So the Friedrich Rebbe said, as the Rebbe is do, darf man wenige sindigen. Aber wenige Zogin Tachnun habe ich nicht gehört. If the Rebbe is here, it's an opportunity to sin less. But therefore, to make less cheshbenis about that, yeah, das habe ich nicht gehört. In other words, it's a very Chabad word. It's not just Chusay Yagan Aleinu, it's Zakusay. There's a certain opportunity over here. There's a certain, that the Rebbe is there, so it's that opportunity. What does it mean to tanzen auf Rebbe's Wagen? Is to melt on mit sich and to use out Ezu Sheita Ma'abid Mashanesim Lech, as I'll say. Yeah? The Hagdara of Chere Sheita V'Kat, what's a Sheita? If you're given something, so you take advantage of it. A Sheita is someone, Pashat test, is if you give him $5 and you tell him to go to the store to buy something and he loses it, so that's the halachic Hagdara of a Sheita. So the Sheita is a Ma'abid Mashanesim Lech. So a Chassidim darf sein Kluge, we're given such a day, so it's a day, zu wenig gesindigen, aber besser gesagt, to use it out in what the Miteler Rebbe has given us, or is giving us. What's the Miteler Rebbe? It's just a Hagdama. When you say Meises of a Rebbe, we're not coming just to say Meises from Tzadikim, it's that we want to take something from it. No, there's a gewaltige, ich sage dazu viel Hagdamas. There's a meredike Yechidus, the Rebbe told a Yid who was a getan nafatza mayonis. He went, I think he was then mamish in the secular world. He was going around the university as a collegeist to spread, if I'm not mistaken, it was Tov Shin Chof. So it was Shnas HaMasayim to the Baal Shem Tov, and the Rebbe was encouraging awareness of, let's use this out to spread Teres HaBaal Shem Tov. So the Rebbe said, whenever you say a story of the Baal Shem Tov, there's the way we say a story. How do you say a story b'chlal? You say a ma'aser, and the hafla is that the Baal Shem Tov was like that. The way we say a story is that we're looking always for the application. What does the story mean to me? No mashal. The Rebbe said an example. You have a famous story of the Baal Shem Tov that he was once traveling in the forest. And he's traveling in the forest, and he wanted to wash his hands for mincha. He got out of the wagon, and they're moving in the middle of the forest. There's no water. After there and then, there was a nest, the Baal Shem Tov by him, das is Rishkin Greise Chidushim, discovered water. So water appeared. So the Rebbe said, if we wouldn't be Chassidei Chabad, how would you say such a story? You would just say the Meiser, and you would walk away, obviously be Spilus, And like the Rebbe once said, any sipur meifis heptuf, it just shakes you out of your comfort zone. There's obviously another dimension to reality, or more real, or more true reality. The Rebbe's reality. If the Baal Shem Tov could work on such terms, so we're talking on a different plane. So heptuf, so wenige grob und mehr edel, that's for sure. Zog the Rebbe, but that's not the way we say the story. The way we say the story is, Herr von dem Meise, listen how important washing your hands before Mincha is. Ad gedei kach, the Ameifis had to be performed in order to make it happen. So, it sounds like almost you're like diluting the story. You missed the point. That's you're explaining the joke. I mean, nicht das the Meise is the Baal Shem Tov. We're talking over here about the Heiligkeit of the Baal Shem Tov. What you're going to apply from it, Zok the Rebbe, no, that's as they learned Achos the Meise. We're talking how to take it fast. So Nachzel in Yonenu, the Miteler Rebbe personified that he wasn't shaykh to knowing anything in Elam Hazeh. It says the Miteler Rebbe was the only one of the Rabbeim that we say these Asias. He's Le'yada Tzuras Matbeya, literally. If you would give him $1 and a quarter and a nickel, he wouldn't know the difference. He didn't know the Russian currency. The Miteler Rebbe's life was learning Chassidus and trachten Chassidus and to be mechabel from his father. This was everything. And all the famous maises, when they asked him whether he's ready to get married, which shidduch, so he said whichever shidduch is going to work faster, because he assumes that by the Sheva Brachas his father's going to say Ma'amorim, so it's another opportunity to get more Chassidus. And he would use every opportunity. Sometimes his father would be megala for himself, for him Chassidus, and when not, then he would use other Chassidim, older Chassidim, to send them into his father to ask questions, to be megala another word. There was even, he had a special relationship with his sister. The Rebbe Tzimfrede, was Yodua that the Alter Rebbe would sometimes say Chassidus for the Rebbe Tzimfrede, for his daughter. It was a unique thing. I don't think there was ever such a thing in Divrei Yimei Chassidus Chabad, such a musik Zogen Chassidus for a daughter. And no one else was allowed in. So the Miteler Rebbe would hide under the bed and listen to the Chassidus. He pushed his tzimoin and he would get his sister to ask questions in order to make his father, because she had a special chavivus by the Alter Rebbe. So if that was the way to get it done, and then he would hide under the bed to listen to the Mamorim. There's a story they say that once the Alter Rebbe was saying Chassidus and he was going through the Big Day HaKohuna and he was explaining all the Big Day Kohuna al pi Pnimis Einyon. And as he was going through it, there's the Mitznefes, there's the Nechnasayim, the Kseines, and then you come to the Shmeini Begadim of the Kohen Gadol. So you start moving to the Cheshin and the Eifid. So that's where Selikta Sachsidis in these Inyanim. And suddenly it sounded like the Alter Rebbe was winding down the Maimer. So the Miteler Rebbe, he didn't explain the Avnit. So the Miteler Rebbe took off his gartel and threw it from under the bed to Rebbe Tzimfrede. So she should chap. So she asked the Alter Rebbe, "Nu was mit the Avnit?" So then the Alter Rebbe was megala what the Avnit is. So this was like his life. The only thing was, it's gerade interesting, Mamish Maimer Amuzger, if anyone's familiar with Ateres Reish, there's a beautiful biurim, langa ariches about the Avnit. In Ateres Reish, the Mamorim, the Maimer from Yom Kippur, so the peak of the Maimer is all to explain what's the Avnit in the Big Tikkun. So it's just, if you mechaber these two stories, there's a certain reichkeit over. This is what the Miteler Rebbe managed to squeeze out of his father. Ma'im gnuvim yim taku. Akoponim, the Miteler Rebbe himself was ad kedei kach. There's a mevez the Meise that once in the tzaddiks, I think it's Tzadik Dalet, the Friedrich Rebbe mentioned it, the Kitzer in a Maimer, and the Elam was confused, in Ruch HaMeshel was a Maimer, and people didn't understand what the story is until they had to ask, and the Friedrich Rebbe was Megala the story. Later we have in Hashimis, the way the Rebbe, Friedrich Rebbe told the Rebbe privately more details of the story. The Nekudas Advarim was that the Miteler Rebbe stopped in the middle of a Yechidus night, and he wouldn't let anyone into the room. And people didn't understand what was happening, and they could hear from behind the door the Miteler Rebbe hebt on Sagen Tillem. The Rebbe sagt Tillim, so people understood there must be a Tzigzeder, there must be something. And so Chag gave the word spread, that the Rebbe is saying Tillim with B'chiyas, and it spread like Chassidim, and the fact that they didn't know what it was made it even more awesome and worrying. And this went on, if I'm not mistaken, it's like for 24 hours. In other words, it went through the next day. And everyone was lost. Till finally, the Miteler Rebbe opened the door and said he's ready to continue Yichidus. So when they asked what happened, so the Miteler Rebbe said that the Seder Rahim is whenever someone comes in Yichidus, his solution is to find in himself a kesher with the Inyan. So whichever Inyan a person has, he finds him in himself, B'dakas the Inyan. We know the story the Rebbe said in the Basi Legani, that even when someone had Machshava Zoris, and the Miteler Rebbe, I don't know if Mega Zayredna, Palabatish Geret, from all the Rabbeim, the most mufshit from any in Yoni Elam Hazeh is the Miteler Rebbe. Yeah, we know the Miteler Rebbe on the night of his chasana fainted. Because he saw the Yoni the way they are Baruchnias, but when it came to Gashmis, he became sick. And there was many stories of the Miteler Rebbe fainting and becoming sick. He heard the Krias HaTeira from someone else, not his father. He fell ill. He was edel and mushut from Elam Hazeh, not like any, even zwischen the Rabbi and Gufa, we don't have such stories. He was legamre meruma. Which is, by the way, the ugliness of the Mesivta, of the Chag HaGeulah, was that it was so, anybody who knew the Miteler Rebbe was so antithetical. It was, about the Alter Rebbe was about Chassidus. But the Miteler Rebbe was about money. Ki'ilu chas v'sholem, that he stole money and he took, it was just besides for the actual thing, but it was so an obvious sheker for everything the Miteler Rebbe stood for. The Miteler Rebbe didn't handle with money. Kipshut, they didn't know the Tzuras Matbei. Al Kopanim, so the Miteler Rebbe, wo ist man da gewesen? Hisabte Yichidis. So what happened? So it was Nizgale that there was somebody did a very disgusting Aveira, and the Rishimis details the level. It was a psychopath. It wasn't something like not normal typhus, and he couldn't find it within himself. So he stopped the whole Yichidis in order to somehow be Megala some epis and me'ein de me'ein of this thing. How was he Megala? He said that once he looked at a matbei, and the matbeis in those days had like Seflek Zayin in England in the Gute Zeiten, the picture of the queen, the Tsarina. It wasn't the picture of the Tsar, the picture of the Tsarina. So there was he once looked at matbei. So that was I'm just bringing how mufshit he was. That he didn't look at money. With lechatchila living, the only thing was Chassidus, noch avart Chassidus, should come out. The biggest pella of it, that's not the Chachma. I'm saying that the Miteler Rebbe stood for something which is beyond us. He lived a ruchnistic life. The chiddush of the Miteler Rebbe was that he took Chassidim and picked them up to this level that they could share his excitement and his passion for Achtes Havaya, for the Emes von Alakus, for the Emes Havaya La'ilam, that they should live like that also. And this has historically never been. There's never been such a tkufa where you had tens and tens or hundreds of younger light who were involved in Pnimis HaTeira on this level. Miteler Rebbe himself started saying Chassidus, Lechatchila was kilo a Mesudim thing. But then the Miteler Rebbe started, as the Nasias progressed, usually the Seder was by the Rabbeim, we know, Chassidus was Leil Shabbos. That was the Seder. Till the Rebbe, that was always the Seder. The Rebbe changed that the Maimer is in the middle of a Farbrengen, Shabbos afternoon. But always the Rabbeim, Chassidus was Leil Shabbos. But the Alter Rebbe, there was a Seder, that the Shabbos morning or Shabbos afternoon, you could go in for a beer. Let's see if it works. Huh? Does it work? Huh? Red mit zum Sach. Okay.
Good for the pictures.
Klar? Okay. So the Chiddush of the Miteler Rebbe, just in one word, is not that there was such a Rebbe, that there was such a Chiddush. Miteler Rebbe created an environment. First of all, Pasha, the Kamos of Mamorim that the Miteler Rebbe said. The Miteler Rebbe started saying Chassidus. That's good. I got it. Fine, okay. The emphasis is way too much talking. L'chaim, lass uns sagen L'chaim.
This was like the hacker note. You turn the car back and you get it back. Mishpacha Senator head. Not Jada head. What? I don't know which one. Probably the Bracken in there. Bracken is married.
Chaim, wie viel sich sagen wir Chaim? Das ist etwas Performance? Chaim, Rebbe. Chaim, Rebbe Zusche. Was ist da bist du? Chaim, bist du? Sehr. The message of the Miteler Rebbe is that it's shaykh for a Yid to live differently. This is, now the Miteler Rebbe, just for context, was not dealing with Alter Rebbe's Chassidim. Alter Rebbe's Chassidim, we know, were Bali Madregen. Alter Rebbe's Chassidim, there was Cheder Aleph, Cheder Beis, there was different levels. The Miteler Rebbe, relatively, obviously to that day, was dealing with a totally different kind of person. The Miteler Rebbe was dealing with Chassidim. First of all, the first chisaron that he was dealing with is that they're not zugekommen. When a person comes from the Besmedrish and Slutsk and he decides to give himself over to Achtas Hashem, good. The Miteler Rebbe was dealing with second generation. Yeah, they were born into it. They didn't have obviously like HaGeulah, when they're not coming with the same excitement and the appreciation of the Chiddush. Besides for that, the Tkufa there was a massive generation gap between before the war and after the war. These are the first thing that suffers, obviously when Gashmi suffers, is also the Ruchnis. It's a generation of refugees. They were all displaced. The Napoleon's war created havoc and confusion. And there was also many of them, the Miteler Rebbe encouraged to move to Tchum HaMeshav, to the Pale of Settlement, which meant that we're talking over here about this displaced people. So the established Seder, learning and davening was just not the same. Many Pashto Yidden. But the Miteler Rebbe was insistent that demanded from everyone to live on this level. The Chiddush of the Miteler Rebbe, everyone knows, is the length of the Mamorim. The Miteler Rebbe would say, the printed Mamorim, we could have a page of the Alter Rebbe, but the Miteler Rebbe could be literally 50 pages. The same Maimer with Hasbarim, or more. But the Mamorim that was said was also, the Haflah was, it says that not everything that was said was even written. The Miteler Rebbe would say, Mamorim, standing up, that was the Seder. In those days, the Miteler Maimer was said by a standard, it would come, and it would talk for hours. It says, a Maimer Bichlal, but the Alter Rebbe was Bichlal shorter. But even in the later generations, we know in Lubavitch, a Maimer was an hour and a half, 2 hours was considered a long Maimer. But the Rebbe, more than an hour was already considered long. Certainly in the later years, was Bichlal a Maimer was Kirtzer. By the Miteler Rebbe, the Seder was in the Mamorim, that he could say a Maimer for hours and hours on end. The Maril, who was one of the older Einiklach of the Miteler Rebbe, they called him the Miteler Rebbe Stender. Why Stender? Because the Miteler Rebbe, when he would say Tzidis in his later years, he would lean on him. So there was once a conversation with the Rebbe Anash, with his older brother. He said, why did he call you the Stender? He said, because they leaned on me. So he said, for how long? Well, 4 or 5 hours? The fire, that's why you called the Stender? So he said, no, it was longer. So it started I don't remember the exact numbers, how the conversation went. So it went longer and longer, till it said it was 16 hours. There was a time when he leaned on him for 16 hours saying Chassidus. In other words, there was a musik of saying a Maimer it could be more than one Maimer in a Shabbos. But in a Shabbos, in a 24-hour period, the Rebbe once said, Yud Kislev Toshachov Beis. It was a fascinating Farbrengen. The Rebbe said a few stories about the Miteler Rebbe. Ben Advarim, he said that the Miteler Rebbe, there was a musik of saying Chassidus 3 times in a Shabbos. The Pella was that by that Farbrengen, the Rebbe said 3 Mamorim. If I'm not mistaken, it's the only time in history of Deir Shvi that the Rebbe said twice in the Farbrengen. There was a bissel, Purim Yud Gimel. There was a few times. Tafshin Yud Zayin. There was a few times that there could be 2 Mamorim in a Farbrengen. So with the Niggin, a full Maimer. This was a third Maimer. It was Pashtus Bekesher with what the Rebbe mentioned. And this is the famous Maimer, Mugadik Maimer, Padum Shalom Chav Beis. The last Maimer of the Rebbe was Magia for Yud Kislev. The Araicha Maimer. Was the third, was this Farbrengen Tavshin Chav Beis. And upon him, there was a musig of saying Chassidus 9 hours B'Retzifus. So if a few Mamorim together, there could be in a 24-hour period, 16 hours. So what's the Chiddush? The Chiddush is not that the Miteler Rebbe was like that. Miteler Rebbe was gelebt anders. Even in his Ksav, we know that the Miteler Rebbe would write and write, and he wrote with such speed that when he reached the end of the page, the beginning of the page was still wet. The ink was still wet, and the table that the Miteler Rebbe wrote on also had handwriting on it, because he would bring in the next piece of paper, so the Ksav, he would continue writing on the table. It took a whole different kind of eifon of ligen in Chassidus, ligen in Alakus. The Pella was not that the Miteler Rebbe said 16 hours. That there was an audience. There were people standing there. What do you mean? These people didn't have lives. They didn't have the fact that they could concentrate for so long. The fact that they're interested, that they remain, that they're here, that they're present. Friedrich Rebbe says that there was once Dr. Heidenthal, who was a Chashuv doctor in the area, and he had a kesher with the Rabbi and with Beis Harav. He once passed by the Chotzer where the Miteler Rebbe was standing. Sometimes they would go outside to the Chotzer, say Chassidus, if there was a big Eilam. Because the Miteler Rebbe, there was another thing. The Miteler Rebbe was mevatel the whole Takanos Liyozmin. By the Alter Rebbe, there was a Seder, when you could come, who could come, what. The Miteler Rebbe said the main thing is anybody, anytime, doesn't make a difference how old you are, doesn't make a difference how often you've been, come and learn Avar Chassidus. He was aggressive and passionate about this. There was no Hagbolus. Took off any Hagbolus for Chassidim, as long there was only one tonight that you Chazak Chassidus. Now on the way back from the Bavitch, and every time you should Chazak Chassidus. This was the only thing. Learn Chassidus and Chazak Chassidus and Tanner Chassidus and speak with the Chaver Chassidus and Tanner. This was it was one Welt. So Dr. Heimenthal came by and he saw. He was walking through the Chutzner and it was quiet. In those days it was quiet outside. There was no fire engines and there was there's no machines. There was nothing. There was no fridge noise. There was a reason why they could Chazak Chassidus outside because it was Pasha silent. So he walked past and he heard one voice. So it sounded like one person talking. I mean, he's talking to himself. And as he comes into the Chutzner, this is a guy. He walks into the Chutzner and he sees the place is jam-packed with people. And he said he's never seen, he's talking from a scientific perspective, so many people gathered together and it's so quiet. So it's not that the Chassidim, cooperated with the Miteler Rebbe. They were taken. The Pella of the Miteler Rebbe is as Chassidim leben hecher. That he, with such hasbara, so many mishalim, azeh aroge bracht Chassidus, that it permeated them, that they lived in this place. So, was the Miteler Rebbe mons, or really the Miteler Rebbe empowers us, is that we don't have to settle for less. We don't have to, we come sometimes to Farbrengen, or we come to any discussion. So, HaGeulah, the Muskel edition is, listen, we're living in Satavshin Pei Hey, these are the Tanoim, this is how much Schar Limud is, and this is how much, these are my neighbors, and these are the conditions. So, mit Herren Avort, mit a bisschen environment. The Miteler Rebbe came and shattered all of these assumptions. So he's talking to regular people. Mekan leben hecher. There's a concept of liegen in Avort Chassidus und trachten and be bothered by the Pshat in a Knetch, in a Shula Agilion, in the Kutisichis, and this should be my topic of conversation, this should be my interest. It's possible. It's possible. And not just absavar to be able to chazer by the tish. To live like this, and when I meet somebody in the store, Erev Shabbos, so zwei Chassidim treffen sich, ret me yichud Eloi yichud tata. This is the topic of conversation, so it begins and ends. This is how the Miteler Rebbe is empowering us in Yud Kislev. Mered wegen a Chag HaGeulah. What does it mean, HaGeulah? HaGeulah, like the Rebbe always said, Pada b'shalom nafshi, is that there's a personal goal. I wrote again from the eigene Hagbollas. The Hagbollas of thinking that we have to always work within certain confines. We could erstens liegen in lernen bichlal. Und liegen in Chassidus, liegen in Pnimis HaTev. L'chaim. Ma 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 Chaim. It's easy to say there is this ideal and then there is this picture of a Yid was liegt in a Wort Chassidus. We know the Miteler Rebbe's Chassidim were like that. Rabbi always used to talk about Miteler Strichne. He was a Chassid, Miteler, he was a bitteldike Yid, and his life was learning Chassidus. He didn't have anything else besides for that. He was the Rav of Strichne, but a gelegen in a Wort Chassidus. There was once by the Tzemach Tzedek, and someone confused two kinds of mashkis, and it was mixed in a cup together. So the Tzemach Tzedek said that Miteler is ayin, and ayin is nesa afachim, so he could take it. And he gave him the cup mashke, and he took it. He drank it. He was a always get on from Elam Hazi. What's the Rabbi was used to talk about it, that Miteler was once walking in the street, and in those days, by the streets weren't perfectly paved, and certainly in Epsashtetl, Vimalastrichne. So he slipped in the marsh, and he was drowning. And he couldn't get out, because Ein Chavish Mater is Atzma. So he's sitting over there, and he was waiting for someone to come take him out. So in this position, what do you do? So Reb Miteler had in his pocket Aksav, or the Rakuntres, Wort Chassidus from the Miteler Rebbe. Which is Bechlal, Maimer HaMusker, that's one of the Chidushim the Miteler Rebbe did, part of this drive. As Chassidim sollen lernen Chassidus and liegen in Chassidus, he published Chassidus. This is the first time in history, and really the only time, till Poland. Says the Friedrich Rebbe, and really America, that's when it probably took off, the musik of printing Chassidus. Really, and now we know that what began in Poland, and certainly what was in America, is really the Rebbe's doing. The Rebbe influenced the Friedrich Rebbe and asked for it and pushed for it, and managed to bring out this musik of publishing Chassidus. So really, till the Rebbe, there was no such thing as publishing. The Alter Rebbe printed the Tanya, and that's it. The Tzemach Tzedek printed the Alter Rebbe's Chassidus. So Terei L'P'titei. But the wealth of Chassidus that there was, all these Mamarim that we have, nobody had them. Even the Rebbe Rashab was saying them Sheikhim, so there were Hanochis, and the Hanochis were copied, and people had them. It wasn't in published format. You couldn't go to the store to buy a Sefer. It was Tzvischen Chassidim. in an unofficial way. The Miteler Rebbe, in a span of 15 years, the whole Messias was 15 years, published, if I'm not mistaken, 10 Sfarim or more. And a publication in those days is not what it's today. Sai wrote, and many of the Sfarim were written for specific individuals, for certain Drachim HaAvedah, and they were in Yonim Kloliyim, and it's Pashat, a wealth of Chassidus that he published, and that was for till, really, if you came, say, in Lubavitch, saying before we're talking in America, what does it mean someone knows Chassidus? There was a concept called Erkendig alle gedruckte Chassidus. Used to say about Reb Shmuel as Erkendig, he knows all the published Chassidus. Because it was limited. There was one bookcase, there was one shelf, not bookcase, there was one shelf, which included basically the Miteler Rebbe's Sfarim, and if you knew them, then you knew all the published Chassidus. The Sheikhim and things, that was already another level. But because this is what there was. So the Miteler Rebbe had a unique technique. The Miteler Rebbe's Chassidim were very poor. He was talking after the war, and Bichlal, there was... So the way he published it was in separate contrastions, so it wasn't a sefer. Like every sefer, like even nowadays, that's the way a sefer is printed. It's really made up of a few contrastions which are bound together by string. So he made every kuntras separate, and every kuntras was sold for a specific amount. If you cheaper, a few kopecks. That was the only affordable way to do it. And therefore, Chassidim, everyone would come and he would buy his kuntras, and then they would exchange between each other different contrastions. So if somebody wanted to learn the whole Shara Yichud, so there was in the shtetl, in Mistama, there was a few people who had different contrastions. It was a whole thing. Where could you get the kuntras on the Miteler? This is printed. We're not talking copies. Printed Chassidus. There was a whole system. There was a whole thought process how to get Chassidim to learn Chassidus. This is what it was all about. So I don't know exactly what it was, whether he had a ksav or he had one of these contrasting, these pamphlets, which was like part of a sefer in his pocket. This Reb Miteler was sitting in the marsh, and he took it out, and it is angegeben lang. The Reb Melech used to say, as a bacher, a chassidische bacher is nicker when geht ein bisschen Kislev. What says? If he has something to take out of his pocket, if you don't have anything to take out of your pocket, so there must be something wrong with you. You're not carrying a psakuntres, a psazach. What do you do when you're waiting online in the store? What do you do when you're waiting for the chazan for the sachazar sajat? It sounds like a technical word. This is something very much deeper. This is so mit was left. Like what do you do in your pastime? Yeah, you take out your phone and you start catching up. Where's your kuntres? Was tust du, wenn du hast 2 Minuten? Say about Chassam Sefer. They once asked him, wie bist du geworden, der Chassam Sefer? Such a Tam Chacham. So he said, there's a medrash, some shior of Nisasher Moshe. The Moshe Rabbeinu's wealth came from the shiraim of the luchas. Yeah, from the pieces of the shluchas were made of diamond. So, with such precious stone, just a small piece. So those small pieces together, that's where his wealth was from. So his name was Moshe. Some Sefer's name was Moshe Sefer. He said, Mishior of Nisasher Moshe, from the leftover times, from the 5 minutes here, from the 10 minutes there, that's when the idea satire that he has comes from there. In other words, in the Alter Rebbe Sprach, which is obviously always a deeper Sprach, it's not a kvi sitim, it's a kvi benefesh. The learning Torah is not that I've set aside a certain amount of time. It's about who I am. This is what I do. Whenever I have time, I do it. It's a kvi benefesh. It's about me. It's not about that I've designated faket. You designate time to eat, to manage your social life, to manage your whatever, the verschiedene Achreisen that you have. And then was like when you could come back to yourself, then it's a kind of chappen the autumn. I could chaparai noch a paar minut. A kuntre is something. That's what I mean, a kviz benefesh. This is who I am. So this Reb Miteler, ik ben a Miteler Rebbe Zachosid. So he has a few minutes, so he's sitting in the marsh. I mean, it's a bit of a interesting location and the setting, but this is what's going on. He's waiting for someone to schlep him out. So he takes out the kuntras and he starts reading it. And once you start reading a maime of the Miteler Rebbe, everybody which has tasted it, it's a trip. So he got involved. So he's now involved. So he forgot where he is and where he's sitting. Few townsfolk walked by and they see the Rav. the Pashto Yidden, and they see the Heilige Rav, he's doing something very special exercise. He decided to sit in the middle of the marsh to learn Chassidus, and he sees Bidveikus. Nobody wanted to disturb him. And bis der Weile, more people walked by and became a massive circle of people, everybody standing around, watching the way the Rav is engrossed in the word Chassidus, this is like a picture. Obviously, at some point, eventually, someone happened, and maybe he does want to be helped out from this matzah. But these are the Miteler Rebbe's Chassidim. The question is, let's try bring it down. So, how could we apply it as Zchusei, or the Zakusei, the Reinkeit, and the Edelkeit, which the Rebbe was mamshich in the world? It's possible for Chassidim to live like this. We should be able to have, obviously, everyone understands it's the best quality of life. Ramnatalam al-Strichner was living the best life. He wasn't compromised in any way. So, wie lebt man das? There's a Meredika word that the Frierdiker Rebbe says, the Miteler Rebbe said in his youth, if I'm not mistaken, he was 10 years old. Basically, there was a Farbrengen of Chassidim of the Alter Rebbe. And the Miteler Rebbe joined the Farbrengen. So by the Farbrengen, that was the signin in those days, Mod Geret Masber given the Mishnah in Aved. So there's a Mishnah which says, Shus Gaveya is Kislev. Shus Hedyet is Chazak. So it's a Mishnah Benegeh Kinyonim. So if you want to be makdish something, so you could do it with money. So just the transaction of the money works. Mashain Kain, if it's Shus Hedyet, for regular people it has to be Chazak. Without getting involved in the chat in the Mishnah. So Chassidim Masber given Hazeh. Kesef in Chassidus always means Ave. Beloshen Nichsef Avagam Kol Sanafsh. Yeah, or this week's parsha. What? Nichsef and Nichsaf to Beis Avi. Yeah? So the Nichsef is Loshen Ave. So Kesef is always a Loshen Ave. So it says, if you want to have a relationship with the Eibishter, it does Kesef. It does Ave. That's Rishus Gavayah. So how am I supposed to treat in Yonah Elam Hazim? For that, you need strength. You need to prave skafia and not nebina spol. So you use Yutzada Ave, Yutzada Chesed, you use for the Eibishter. That's davening. But don't think that with that, you're going to be able to become potter from the disturbances of Elam Hazim. For Rishus Hedyet, for that you need Chazaka, you need to be strong, and you need to withstand the trials of Elam Hazim. That was the Nukud of the Farbrengen, and the whole Farbrengen was discussing, dissecting the two inyonim. Sai, the importance of Ave, of davening, and Sai, how much you have to bring out the Tzadach Hazaka Shebecha to put the Elam Hazim in its place. So Miteler Rebbe was sitting, he was a 10-year-old boy, and he's listening to this Farbrengen, and he said, this is all good, but we learned half the Mishnah. There's a second half of the Mishnah. So they said, no, it's up pshat. So he said, the hemshech of the Mishnah is, as Mesirasa legaveya, Amirasa legaveya ki Mesirasa lehedit. And he said, Asharfe Wort. He said, you have to be, just like Mesirasa lehedit, just like we are ibegegeben, to Elam Hazeh, ibegegeben to Inyana Elam Hazeh, Mesirasa lehedit, that has to be the same relationship, Amirasa legaveya. So you just like you're bound and you care and you identify with Elam Hazeh, Misirasa is Elam Hazeh. Likewise has to be the relationship to the Eibush. So Chassidim that were there, they heard as a tifa word. So they assumed that he is saying B'Shem his father. So they went into the Alter Rebbe. If I'm not mistaken, they went in to discuss. So they wanted to know Pshat. So the Alter Rebbe said, "This is a new word. Where's it come from?" So they said, "Well, it's gehet from the Miteler Rebbe. He's a 10-year-old boy." So the Alter Rebbe said, "A dos is in Rebbe's cases. This is Rebbe Sheverter. Only a Rebbe could say such a thing. That was the first time the Alter Rebbe said that it was Yedua, it was a chiddush of the Alter Rebbe. The Alter Rebbe is not a son of the Maggid, and the Maggid is not a son of the Baal Shem Tov. So the first time it was in Nizgala that the Alter Rebbe wants that the Hemshech should be, but he said, you hear this, the Rebbe talking. Why is it Rebbe Shaisis? Why is this saying Savart? So this is Shana, and this is really, you could say, if the Torah of the Miteler Rebbe, if those who are familiar with the B'Shalom of the Miteler Rebbe and all these Ma'amarim, the Miteler Rebbe is constantly talking about not what you're going to do, but your identity. There is you could perform and act in a certain way, and then there is who you are. These Chassidim, the highest thing Chassidim could discuss is apply your mitzvahs HaChesed in one way, your Kesef, your Avis to the Eibishter. Apply your Gvura to something. Kagen Elam Hazeh. The Miteler Rebbe was talking about connection. The problem, the root of all problem is not whether you like Elam Hazeh or you don't like it. The problem is as du bist ibigegeben zu them. This is, you identify with it. It's impossible for me to live without it. It's not that I like it. It's that this is who I am. And this kind of relationship kann man haben, legaveya, to the Eibishter, oder in our Sprach, zu verstehen, what Chassidus. That I could, in the Miteler Rebbe's life, it means being sick, right? That I didn't samshat in the Maimer. In our life, it's bepashtos, this is who I am. This is my identity. Umemele, this is just like everyone's embarrassed. If you chap me, I don't know, things which are, someone stops you and asks you your Baba's name. I don't know this is who you are. I don't understand. You don't know your children's names. You can't not. This is who I am. Everyone understands there's certain information that's embarrassing not to know. I need to know this because this is who I am. The Friedrich Rebbe once said a sharpe word that in America there's a gewaltige Meile of Rachmanim und Gemlich Sodim. In history there was never such a music, so much Gemilas Chesed as Yiddishkeit of America. That's the fact. So Pasha's support for European Jewry and Adayem, the philanthropy which there is in American Jewry is unparalleled in the history since Avram Avinu, since Matan Torah. There was never such a level, Pasha proportion to Achnosa and Hoitzah, the value of giving for Atzveiten is a miyuchedige thing. Adayem, the yeshivas in Eretz Yisrael are nit mechalz in American yeshiva. They haven't. It's not like they're sending to their own kids' meisters, to their own. Als Pasha tzedakah. He said, but the music of Baishanim is a third tchun. Yidden are Rachmanim, Gemlich Sodim, Baishanim. Baishanim is an American item. There's zero bush. Amol, I don't know, you don't know that, you don't know a Mishnah, you don't know, it's apostle, you don't know it. There's no bush. I don't know. What says? Because it's all a davar nesif. I'm embarrassed to not know my address. I don't know. Of course there's bullshit. By Yon Elam has it. What do you mean? You basically you drive such a car. I don't know. Everyone has their hasagas where they get stuck. Or it's embarrassing. What's embarrassing? There's no bullshit when it comes to Yediyas HaTorah. So what the Miteler Rebbe is saying, it's your relationship to Elam has it. That this is what's normal. It's impossible to live without. It's nicht shayich. Nicht zu haben eine Klarheit in Shaykh Dveimunah. What do you mean that you're a Yid? I'm a Yid, member of a shul, respectable, member of a Kehillah, have children, have a proper Yid, and we're going to make it. I'm building a family, have a full Yiddish life. If you ask you what's Pshat, in Achtes Havayim, in Hisavos B'chol Rega, so I don't know, it's not my sugi. So you're a Yid. What do you mean? You don't, this is like what Avram Avinu came to spread the news to the world that said, Ein Eibishter. You're not clear about this? This is the Miteler Rebbe's sprach throughout, and all the Verte in Aveda and the Emes, even in Pashat and the Hasvara and the Mamorim, there's always, it's impossible. How could you be a proper Yid and not know this? So just like there's certain inyanim in Elam Hazeh, that's not about because it's Gishmak, or you want it because you think it's chashiv. It's because mechanics leben under. We need to have this kind of car or this kind of fridge or you can't. So how could you live? It's an identity question. Azay darf sein legavei. Was heißt, as da as sicher, zu angaben. Just now, vayetze chelik tesvav. A bombe dike sicher ever know anyone was like sich gedreht. As sicher with Rebbe's Masbe. What's the kavana? Is it dira b'tachteinin or is it birur of the nefesh alikis? Of the Nefesh Bahamis. So is it about all the Simoin of the Nefesh Alikis? Why is a person exist in this world? So this is a bomb. So, like you're going to live your life without knowing this? It's very aggressive, but that's the way the Miteler Rebbe spoke. In the Hagdama, the famous Hagdama, the Miteler Rebbe says, it's a chiyuv on every person to have a clarity and say their shtalshus. But say that you're a Yid and you don't know. So, the secret source that the Miteler Rebbe took Chassidim and created a Rebnotala Malastrichne, or Bechlal could say a Maimer, and for 16 hours, this was Agav, later in the Nesias, in the beginning of the Nesias, the Miteler Rebbe was much more guarded. He would say Mamarim only in specific times. The times, Del Shabbos, V'chulu. Later, it started becoming a matzah that he could walk out 2 o'clock in the morning and say a Maimer. And the Elam had to be with it. So even after they came, Tzemach Tzedek stopped coming to Mamarim, because Tzemach Tzedek had Chile, he would come. But then it started becoming a crazy, there was no schedule. But the Geft Leben mit der Rebbe came out, and it gesagt Chassidus. And there was who to say it to. Meaning, I can't miss the minor. This Haragosh, you can't miss the minor, is a deep place in your nefesh. Who am I? What could I miss? What can't I miss? Misirose legaveya, amirose legaveya ke misirose lehaze. Azevim is ibegegeben for inyoni enam haze. Whatever that is, how important, I don't know, we go crazy to make a good shidduch, or to make whatever, which is a good thing. We're not talking over Chas v'Shalom, Yonim Shli. But these things are, it's important. What do you mean? This is like life. Azay has to be that it can't be as a Yid lebt a ganze Leben, and he doesn't have the Yisaitis of Chassidus Klar. What's Hashgacha Pratis? So we could say stories of Hashgacha Pratis, and we could chazer amaise, and we could, for the Shabbos table for the kids, it could be very nice. But this is, and then we go to read the Ami magazine. So, what do you mean? We're Lubavitch Chassidim. You don't know what's the pshat in the Baal Shem Tov's Chassidim, and you have from the Miteler Rebbe a wealth of biurim, Pashat to be mazal. What's Hashgacha Pratis? Some chapam dugmois. It's like to know Chassidus. To know Chassidus is not extras. It's not like, okay, so you have certain people, there's an maskilim, and this is the pursuit in life is to figure out the difference in Atik and Arch. A young man of the Miteler Rebbe has to know, this was the sprach, you have to know what's Atik and Arch like, and you should know like your 5 fingers. This is the expectation, this should be the conversation. So this is not, the Miteler Rebbe was not talking Musar, Fakert, he was empowering. Azay Kamal Leb, if we're enough clear who we are, and these are our values, this is what we stand for, so it becomes a necessity. Fine. Yezrich chlopsi shtes nam de bodye vayeder zanka nam de bodka bodye. Ay 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 ay. ay 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 ay, let it in, ay 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 ay, ay 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 ay, let it in, ay ay. Ay 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 Chaim, Chaim. What's the formula? It says, there is in the Miteler Rebbe's Maimer Pada B'Shalom, which many of the Mamarim of the Rebbe from Pada B'Shalom are used on them, especially the Mamarim from Kislev. The Nekuda is that Ki B'Rabbi Moyu Imodi, which means Gilei Yichide. That's the way he explains it. When a person has Gilei Yichide, then B'derech Memela there is what he calls Hishtavus. Hishtavus means that everything is B'Shava by me. Nothing is Negei. Ad Gidei Kach, and like he explains, when a person has Tzar, he has Yisurim, Heim V'lav Shavenet. This is the Lashon of the Alter Rebbe in Tanya. Where does this come from? It comes from a place of Yichid. Now, just let's try and bring it down a bit in more understood ACs. What does it mean a person lives with Yichid? So, a child is born, a baby is born. The baby doesn't have he hasn't taken anything outside of himself into consideration. And the only thing the baby knows is, I want, and he cries. There's me, there's my needs, and he expects that things should be perfect. This is me. As he develops, so Seichel introduces him to these things you have to take into consideration. There's other people, there's other things. Miteler, you also have to impress other people, you have to buy other people's trust, and only then you're going to be able to earn it. And then this question is how much you produce, and that's how much you deserve. But the truth is, and this is the inherent, innate truth of every person, the alib emes, that's the way I function from day one, is the emes is, because I'm going to produce, that's why I deserve to live. Because I've managed, just be mamchish. If someone comes over to you and hits you in the face, the reaction is going to be, a chutzpah, how did you touch me? Do you know how much I know? Or do you know what I produce? Or do you know what I own? Or do you know who I'm married to? Or do you know? No, it's me. You're going to touch a place of, what do you mean? I should not be touched. And a healthy person lives, I'm talking in Nefesh Bahamas, so not in Chassidus Tachman Nefesh Alakis, in Nefesh Bahamas, a healthy person lives from this place of atzmistic self-worth. And I don't have to earn any right to get the more I give, the more I'll get. That's not true. The reason I exist is because Ba'etzem I am. Alamai, from this place, you're going to be able to flourish. It shouldn't only be that Ba'etzem I am. So, Mele, it should also shine in Seichel and in Midas. But that's not where it begins. There's a Maimer in Eter, Oz Yosher Eter, in Bishalach. Beautiful Maimer. It says, people are afraid to do things. Why are people afraid to do things? They're afraid to go into a certain business venture, or they're afraid to walk over to somebody to make some social contact, or they're afraid to do anything, they're afraid to take on a project of learning Shas. Why? Because they're afraid of failing. Why are you afraid of failing? Because if I fail, then I am a failure. I don't want to be a failure. He says, but a person who's connected to his etzem, he has nothing to be afraid of. Why? Because I never become mugder lefi a certain atzlacha or a certain failure. That's not the truth. I am who I am. So what's there to be afraid of? So you won't be matzliach. So what happened? A healthy person which is connected to his etzem, there's nothing to be afraid of. Zok the Miteler Rebbe, take it back to the Maim in Pada B'Shalom, from this healthy place of connecting to his etzem of his nefesh alekis, so Memele, alle Yonah Yelam Hazah him v'lav shavim netzle. Now, come over, this is theoretical for a person to live and function from such a place of purity. But if we understand, this is Yichid. Toshen Chav Beis. The Rebbe introduced new language. And the Rebbe said, practically speaking, nobody lives like that. Maybe you had Chassidim and Miteler Rebbe where everything was be'ishtavus, and Miteler, they could be up the whole night and any time of the day, available to Herren Chassidus, because because they lived in a place of Yichide, and this is the way what they identified with. Miteler, this was everything was just Achtas Hashem. But the Rebbe said a gewaldige Lashon. This was taken this third Maimer by this Farbrengen, which came by to this that the Rebbe said that the Miteler Rebbe would sometimes say 3 Mamorim in one Shabbos. What's the practical application in our lives? Hamachshava binyan hayichid. And later in the Maimer, the Rebbe changed the Lashon to Hizbanonus binyan hayichid. Awareness that this is the truth. This is who I am. Just because I don't live on that place, it doesn't mean that we can't. First of all, the truth is that my accomplishments are not going to be magdir who I am. Who I am be'etzem a Yid. I'm a Mele, the most healthy and normal thing for me is Teiro Mitzvahs. Naturally, my interests lie in Verstehen of Art Chassidus. That's the truth. The Machshava being in Zeh itself is Hilik. It doesn't mean that we're going to become a Miteler Rebbe's Chassidim. But fakert. It's impossible for a Yid, as low as he is, not to be able to have this Machshava Binyan HaYichid. This was the Rebbe applying the Miteler Rebbe's Mahalach in Tavshin Peh. Al Kopanim, let's stop to think about it. You can't. Everybody could learn about it. Everyone has some level of IQ, and you could think, 1 second, what's the truth? And just that creates a sense of clarity. Mele detaches me from the urgency of Ilm Hazim. 1 second. It's not true. It's not that I'm not going to get to it, but it's not so urgent. It's not that pressing. I don't have to know the news. Yeah, the urgency to be updated with the news is because ich bin nicht gegeben zu them. So what do you mean? Somebody else is going to tell me the news. Ich darf doch wissen. Before I'm told, it just happened today, so I'm not going to know about it. It's okay. Nothing's going to happen if you find out about it tomorrow. Everyone understands that. Everyone understands that in theory. It's doch Stussen. Nobody's asking Judea whether the Assad the regime should stay or not stay. Or it fell already. That's updated. No, it's fine. Nobody's asking you. And it's the Vosal Eretz Yisrael Tan, and it all comes kilo in a lavush of caring for Shlem Saretz. Obviously, the Nefesh Bahamas has a Zaydin Zupitze. Being updated with the news is Ibrigemenkeit Teilum Haz. It's not even. It's pure Ibrigemenkeit Teilum Haz because there's no reason. There's no way to justify it. It's not even like, okay, so I have to care more for my business, so we have this dinyan that the more I'm involved, so the more money I'll make, or maybe I'll give more tzedakah. There's rational cheshbeins. Knowing the news has zero value in my life. The only value is that in a conversation with somebody else, who is going to be the one to who's going to be saying more updated. That's what the Miteler Rebbe says. That's exactly, he hit the nail on the head. That's what he wants to deal with. What the conversation between you and the light is. I'm not asking you what your kviyas is. What's your conversation? Is your conversation Yichud Elah, Yichud Tato? And he's attacking the news. Conversation. You're not talking about Parnas. I didn't tell you not to go to work. I want to know what the conversation is. Because this is where Vude Hund liegt bagrob. This is what it's about. Why identify us? What do you mean I'm not going to know the news? Well, I'm a Yukel, I don't know the news. What says you're a Yukel, you don't know Yichud Elah? Who decided what's considered my identity? What's considered success? Where am I going to feel uncomfortable? Where's the bush going to be? Nobody's going to know everything in life. It's impossible. The wealth of knowledge and scholarship which there is in the world, nobody knows everything. The question is, are you going to be updated with the news? Are you going to be updated that this week a new HaGeulah came out from Chelek Aleph with a fascinating HaGeulah on the Sikha of Vayishlach in Chelek Aleph. So the question is, which news are we going to be updated? In the end, it's a decision of who I am. New Maimer came out. This is what the Miteler Rebbe is saying. I'm not saying, and Grade, I don't think he was convincing himself that every chassid of the Miteler Rebbe is going to be able to understand the Rebbe. The question is in was melikt. And we like to sell ourselves short and say, some Bachrim, or the Chveis Kölel Junger Leid. Then there's like real life. It's not true. The Miteler Rebbe dealt with Junger Leid. With Daiges Aparnosa. And probably more Daiges than our Daiges Aparnosa. Yeah? Saying we're talking literally, they were struggling with their livelihood. It was a question of what they're going to eat. The Rechaim al Tzavari was much more felt. It wasn't a question of whether they're going to be like how reich the Suda Shabbos is going to be. It's a question if there's going to be a Suda Shabbos. The Imkol said, 1 second, what's important? What's the conversations? This is a expectation that the Rebbe demands from us. He's saying, Al Kapanim, let's talk about it. Let's have a machshava ben Yanayich. And that itself is redeeming. Those of us say, Pada b'shalom nafshi. Let's, first of all, pick ourselves up and a little more perspective. You know, there's a Meredike word. There's a lange drashes over here. L'chaim. There's a word, Tavshem Memalef, by the Farbrengen, Yud Kislev. The Rebbe said, there's a gewaldige word about the HaGeulah of Yud Kislev. He said like this. What was the experience of Chassidim when the Miteler Rebbe got arrested? The Rebbe goes into detail in a full description. The Alter Rebbe had already been arrested. And the Alter Rebbe had come out of jail. So it's a Shtashi Yotzal of Irur, we're done. It's a good. Chassidus noch Peterburg, it's a leicht, it's a good, it's supposed to work. And then again it falls. At this point, the natural instinct is to say, if so, Meile miznish matzliach, and then you are matzliach. But when again you fall in, it's like the second time going for rehab, there's going to be a third time. we know, we've seen this story. So by Pashtos, the Yush. The Chiddush of Yud Kislev is the Miteler Rebbe, the Pada B'Shalom is a much deeper Pada B'Shalom. Im kol zeh tikrich out. And fakert, now in realistic terms. The first time a person is redeemed, he thinks it'll never happen again. And he's living on a cloud. The second time a person is in jail, he's going to get out, he's going to be much more grounded. But that's a real pedi. So the Rebbe ties you up, very right. He said, there's a bacher and there's a young man. You could check up the Farbrengen. It's Pasha describing in details. You have a person which was not matzliach in learning in yeshiva. So now he's married, and you're going to tell him. So now it's the case for Ligon Chassidus. When I had bligvul time, and I had the best services, and I had chavruses, and Magadish Yorim, and everything, and I was only being respected and appreciated, and everything was Pasha set up for me. I didn't have a geschmack in learning Chassidus. Now I'm going to have a geschmack in learning Chassidus. When I have to squeeze it in between appointments and carpool and everything, and then it's going to work. So das is was heißt a zweite pedi. It's more grounded. You're right. You're not going to have 3 hours a day like you had when you were in yeshiva. It's going to be less. But now it's coming from a much more real place. That's the second pedi. It's a Reiche Farbrengen. It's a I don't remember the Asis. The Rebbe Teitsch the Ois Mamish said, you have people sitting by the Farbrengen over here that they themselves went through a tkufa when they wanted to and then they gave up. Now's the time to not give up. The second Padiyah is much more powerful because it's. Why? Where does it come from? It has to come from a place that it's not going to be perfect, but Adarab, it's going to be real. Because this is who I am. I can't be. What's the other option? The other option is therefore not. So therefore I'm going to be a Yid, and I'm not going to be a person where Chassidus is a real part of my life. How's this going to happen? It has to be. It's coming from a place in the Sprach of Chassidus from Gilei Yechidim. In the Rebbe Shmach HaKoponim is bonus ben Yechid. Let's Farbrengen about Yechid. Let's discuss this. What do you mean that it's not going to come from? It's a gewaltige word about Lag Beimer. It's a klotzkashe. It's my friend, Lag Beimer. The Kreis, what do we celebrate Lag Beimer? That why Talmidei Rebbe Akiva stopped dying. Pasku Milamus. Yeah? You know why Pasku Milamus? Because they're all dead. What's the big celebration? They finished. They all died. Kreis is simple. Pasku Milamus. It's over. It's a klotzkash in the whole Lag Beimer. What's the Pasku Milamus? So steht in Nachrein. It says, you know what the word of Lag Beimer is? That afterwards Rebbe Akiva didn't give up. And he collected 5 Talmidim. And he said, I'm going to rebuild. Do you know what it means for a Rosh Yeshiva of 24,000 Talmidim? To know it's not happening again. It's in a different kufa, it's Balchus Reimi, we're talking about different redifis. It's not shy. It's not gonna, we're not gonna ever, he's not gonna have a te'ime bichlal of what was. It's a second goal. The second goal is always a compromised goal. Und dafke da Arbe. See? It's not, Chedesh Elul, Arangin, in Tem Chitmimim, with the pure, shining eyes ablaze that he's going to come and chappen the whole book is. Listen, it's real life. So once I had a team, I wanted one thing, so it's like, wie kann man leben lassen? How could I be a Chassidish man if I was a Bacher and I know what real Chassidus is? This is learning Chassidus, halbe Shah talk is Chassidus. It's a joke. It's not a joke. Lefiarich what Chassidus is. So sometimes the pictures of Zalman Kleiman chases away from Chassidus. Because I know what davening by the Chassidus. Look at these pictures. It's forget it. Forget it. It's only miyash. A real goal is saying no. So Dova says, a bissel mehr die Gedanken beim Messias. So what's the other option? So I'm not going to daven? We have to start from the Yisod. There's who I am, and what's a Yid, and what's natural and normal for a Yid, and where am I going to be happy? Alibidamis. And then we say, okay, so how can we practically apply that? Not if it's a davar chitzeni, so if it's perfect, yeah. If not. So forget. I'll be into the news. If we have a clarity of who we are, then there's no makom to be mevater. There was a Farbrengen, the mekocht sich now in Tavshan Lamedalet. Tavshan Lamedalet is the only year which is identical to Kviyas throughout the year, like Tavshan Pei. So it's a famous Farbrengen. It's Kislev Lamedalet. The Rebbe was then. It's actually very timely because there was the war going on in Eretz Yisrael then. There was the Yom Kippur War, and there's a lot of sichos about Shleimus Aretz, and so there was a whole chelik of the Yutis Kislev Farbrengen. The Rebbe spoke about Hayitachim, the way they are helping the soldiers lift the morale is by bringing guest performers. So they're bringing what do they call comedians. I mean, the soldiers were the matzav haruach. How do you say the atmosphere was very down. Yeah, the Yom Kippur War was not just coming from the 6 Day War, where there was this hubris and we're on top of the world, kechivet yadi, and over here it wasn't. From the first day, it was apparent they lost more karbonis than throughout the whole 6 Day War. It was like, and whatever's going to happen in the end it's not. We're not, and there was Pashat and Nefilas Haruach. So how do you lift the morale of the soldiers, which is the most important thing in war? So they brought comedians just to make a good atmosphere. So Rebbe spoke so sharp of Farbrengens. First of all, there was a lashon. Why do you say morale? Why do you have to use the English Goyish word? There's so many good words in Lashon Kodesh. You want to speak matzav haruach, bitochin. First of all, there was a word like, why are you speaking so French? We're talking about Yidden. Why moral? You have to borrow an English term. There's Lashon Kodesh is reich, first of all. Then is, how do you do it by comedians? You're selling Yidden short. That's not what empowers Yidden. Comedian is a distraction. If I'm positive, but in pain, so to make me think less. That's empowering. A Yid is Teiro Mitzvahs. If a Yid at Legend Tefillin, he will be more powerful. He will have real morale. So you read these Farbrengens, and you know we're talking over here. Who are these soldiers? They grew up on a kibbutz. We're talking over here about people who grew up. It's not like today where we're already generations of disillusionment with the whole socialist and freie. I mean, the Reiv Minyan opinion of Klal Yisrael today in Eretz Yisrael is Akopanim Masarati. We're talking in the Lametz where it was abgefrekt in Tavshan Lamed Aleph that there should be not a leftist government. It never was in the history. since the establishment. It was Pashit. And the Rebbe looks at these Yidden and says, they're Yidden. Why is selling them short? It's nicht honest. The Rebbe is not talking over here about the importance of tefillin. He's talking about the importance of winning the war. See, you're Pashit, you're reading the map wrong. That's not what talks to them. This is the Yisod. As you know, that's our Rebbe. And we're coming back to this Nekudah. Yeah, the Alter Rebbe said this word of the Miteler Rebbe is a Rebbeske word. Chassidim talk about, let's fight Nefesh Bahamis, let's overcome. A Rebbe redt anders. He says, what's a Rebbeske word? He said, as Ibegegeben as you are to Elamata, that's how Ibegegeben connected you could be to Alakus. Only a Rebbe could say that. That's a Rebbe is a cook. You could look at Yidden, Kipshute. Eichen in the village, so treffen, this is not the Rebbe Sprach, but we're talking over here about people which, the Kechivetzim Yodi of the real Tzienim, the Amalek Tzienim, who kind believed in nationalism, and this is what the future is, and Gemachlet Tzonis from Ehrliche Yidden and Teino Mitzvahs. If you want to empower them, to look at the real identity. This is the Yesod of Chassidus is, when geht man haben a Geschmack in Chassidus, and when are we going to be powerful Yidden? If we're going to have a true Hakara in who we are. That's the Yesod. If the Rebbe could talk that way about someone who grew up in a Shomer HaTzair and he's fighting on his tank and it came geherrcht, gecholmt von der Sprache of Legend Film. I said, his true simcha in life is going to come from that, and he's going to feel better. He's going to be more active. So we could, we grew up as Eden and grew up as Chassidim. We know the value of learning Chassidus. We know that. So all we have to do is just stop for a second. And the Rebbe is saying over a very pashta zach. Let's stop and think about Yichid. Hamachshava being in a Yichid. We are better than this. We don't need to be busy with schmutz to make ourselves feel good. Our conversations could be Yichud Elah, Yichud Tata. It's a normal thing. For zwei Yidden to sich treffen, we're learning something. I was just involved now in Yudeleb and Rabbi Willem over here. We're involved. We have a chabur of young light was learning Chassidus together. So I was just now by the Kinnas HaShluchim. It was Pashat Tzorach. We had the first time a live Farbrengen. We do it on Zoom with our club. We had 30, 40 young light in the room. And everyone was talking about the Inyan of Malaria. It was just natural. Because the Metzia, whatever, different, they were arguing, pshat, shnegeh. I'm left with tepes. So conversation flows naturally. The Miteler Rebbe wasn't saying, gay, like, bekayach, walk over to somebody and say, I have a merit gavart. I'm lichtin Sachen together. It's interesting. So just like we're so fakef to talking about the news, and it's so natural and normal, even though it's silly. Any bystander looks at it, it's nourished, like two people, like a grace and mumchin, ke'ilu, you're talking about it with such weight, ke'ilu, that you pasha running the world. I would talk about it, my opinion, your opinion, and your voice is raised, and you become like all animated. Hello? First of all, you have obviously no idea what you're talking about. You're not really privy to proper information. You're being fed to different stuff. So it's just lemata mitam v'dazdike zugebundenkeit zeilum has. That's all it is. So we could have the same thing. Zugebunden legaveya. Favos kann man nicht schaden. It's lebe shamayim. Not saying as mit leben mit yichida. Auf kaparam machshava bin in a yichida. Me meg leben hech. L'chaim. Chaim, Chaim. Chaim Harav, Shiva Chaim. There is an important distinction that we always get stuck with. We know the Rebbe speaks very sharp against Mesivta. Mesivta, how do you say Mesivta? Luxuries, huh? Or what's extra? Yeah, things which are not necessary. Now we know Bichlal. The Rebbe's Mahalach was never tzimtzum, and we live normally, and the Rebbe was against almost. Just iskafia l'shem iskafia, just to sich brechen in order to l'moshel tzigufim and tanesim. We know that the Rebbe doesn't like it. The Rebbe says, it's not our day, it's not practical. So there's a sharp word in the Ramach Esis. Over there it says an important HaGeulah distinction, which is really the nekuda of what we're talking about whenever the Rebbe is talking against Mesivta. It's like this. It's B'Shem the Samach Tzadik. That Ich will is klippe. Ich darf is koros. You want Elam Haze, you want a good stick of flesh, that's normal. I mean, it's klippe, but you want klippe. Ich darf is koros. You're cutting yourself off. What's the difference between wanting and needing? Wanting is a weakness. We're not talking about tzadik v'teile, tzadik v'rale. We're talking about regular people. Why you want me to be meiz bara? It's normal. The problem is when it starts becoming a necessity. And I can't live without it. And that is a person could only have one identity. You could have many wants, needs. You could have many desires. You could even have a lust and an urge drawn to things. That doesn't make you oisid. The identity, you only have one. Well, who am I? Fundamentally, who am I? When you say, I need this, it means, on them kann ich nicht leben. And that's when Mesivta becomes, it makes me this person. And then you have to make a decision. Either you're this or you're that. That's curse. Now there's a Maaseh with the Rebbe Anash. He came to Petersburg for Haskanos reasons. In those days, most people even couldn't live in Leningrad, in Petersburg, in the Irabiro. You had to have a special rishi, and most people lived in Tchum HaMeshiv. And when he came, so some of the local Yidden, Chassidim, came to him and said, we need kosher flesh. We don't have flesh, and we need kosher flesh. So the Rebbe Anash said, so Miteler, they were asking him if he could become active and helping them in Haskanos to be Masader kosher flesh once he's already here. So the Rebbe Anash told them, Amaoretz also lechel basar. Amaoretz is zugebunden zu essen flesh. Tam Chacham is mutter lechel basar. Tam Chacham also eats flesh, but he's not zugebunden. He's not bound to it. In other words, they're coming to the Rebbe and they're saying, you don't need it. You want it. Gesundheit. Gerade he got involved and it was Masader for them, and he was Masader kosher flesh. It's a good thing. You should have kosher flesh. But the need, on them kann ich nicht, means that this is who I am. This is the yesod, the crux of the issue. The battle over who I am. And that's the yesod that the Miteler Rebbe is saying, Ayid darf leben mit dem, as is Ayid. And if this is what I live with, memela, my geschmack will be verstehen of Chassidus. This is what's interesting, this is what's satisfying, this is who I am. It's an identity question. It's not a question of how much time you're ready to dedicate. If this is who I am, welchen sein Zeit? What's the problem? The problem is, as einmal hat sich noch gegeben zu Atayve, so already becomes, like the Maggid says, Aveni agid edak mechatasi. Yeah? A person slips once, so the Maggid said, Aveni agid, I'm going to tell you what my sin is. You know what my Aveda is? As edak mechatasi. I'm busy thinking and digging about my previous Avedas. Das is Aveni. So gerade Pasch Shavua. Der Meister mit der Pelische Gampf. Er sagte, da ist ja, machna nicht schon Fleiter. Says, that's like as a Weltswort. You say, what's the Pelische, I'm talking about Goyim, the Pelische, Goyim, Zamrat Seder and Gnei. How would it work? They would walk into a store, one person would walk into a store and steal a cup. The balabos would get all anxious. Someone just stole his cup, so he would start to scream again. So he runs out. So he chases him down the street. The Valley chases him. Once he's enough far down the street chasing him, so his shutif ledvar aveda would walk into the store with a bag and empty out everything and loot the store. While the balabos is run down the other one, down this yukal running after his cup. Das ist der Meising der Pelisch Ganov. Say, ja, machen al nicht alle Fleiter. Yeah? Was heißt? Just because I slipped once, the Iker is a machna hanisha. What happens? I slipped, so now the Nefesh Bahamis comes and tells me, the fact is that you patted so much time, so many years. Say, but this is who I am. This is my identity. So you start running after that, you're chasing after that, and this has already become who I am, so maybe you give up. The chush von Achosid is, just because I slipped, not just I slipped, it could be I patted many years, and it could be a gelegen in schmutz, and it could be who knows, so what? So therefore what? Berega zeh what? If it took me in a eifn, that this is who my identity is, so you're right, so I've lost my identity. A chush von Achosid is to say, ich bin nicht das. It happened. It's terrible. Aber I still have to remember who I am. Miteler, what's the Iker? So da, gewaltige Moschel, Shalom Feldman used to say. So he used to say it a little different, but it's to say it by Riches, he was talking about davening. Say, you have a person who decided he wants to be a millionaire. Yeah. He wants to make $1 million. So he goes and he invests and he works hard and he tries. So what does he do? So at some point he settles. He says, $500,000. And then he realizes it's also not practical, so it becomes 100,000. And his goals start changing till. But we're talking about a chaverman who doesn't know he's a battling amiti, and $20,000 he also can't make. He can't make 1,000. He can't. On the ganze ariches, he hasn't held $100 bill in his hand ever, and he's at some point he's walking down the street and he's realizing that this whole tchum of making money is obviously not for me. I'm not good at it. So let me be practical. Let me find something which is reasonable, a normal goal, something which I'm going to be good at. You have to find your. So he's walking down the streets, autumn, as leaves are falling. So he says, you know what? I see these leaves over here. I could collect leaves. There's people who collect money. I could collect leaves. So he starts collecting leaves, and he sees he's good at it. He's collecting leaves, and he's making piles of leaves in his house, and it's more and more. He has more leaves than anybody else. And Bechalal neighbors, people farginim, they say, you could even take ours. And he's raking in. he's taking leaves, and he's he becomes reicher and reicher. There's people who make money, but he's more leaves. He became Shmuel Profanov, is the biggest leaf collector. And has very tremendous wealth of leaves. Then one day, as he's working hard to collect the leaves, he bumps into a $5 bill. So he takes a $5 and says, "What's this? Das ist nicht meine Sache. I'm learning leaves. This is like a disturbance." He throws it away. Why? Because this person is interested in one thing. And his atzlacha is leaves. So one day, someone sits him down and he breaks the news to him like this. And this is the Shalom Feldman used to say. Not only did you not make money, you're now in big chavis. Because you have a very lot of garbage in your house and you're going to have to pay somebody to clean it up. In other words, there's only one currency. And it's called money. You can either have a lot of it or you have a little bit of it. There's no alternative currency. Just because you're not good at making money doesn't mean so now there's an alternative currency. There's one thing which value. So he used to say like this. A person wants to daven. And he will trachten chassidus and wants to get involved in things. So at some point he realizes, the greatest davener gehe ich nicht sein. So let's be practical. So let me be Akopana the Mumche in Dvarim Miteler. Or the Mumche in Shtusim. Listen, not only there's one thing which has currency, which has value, is this. You're not good at it, so what? So daven for 5 Minuten. A bissel gedacht, a bissel getracht Chassidus. The Narishkeit is, once we start getting it, we convince ourselves, it was an option. It wasn't an option, it was the only thing. This is what has value. That's what we mean when we say clarity of identity of Yichid. This is where I'm going. A Chassid has one path. You're either moving forward or not. You could be moving forward faster. You could be covering a lot of ground. You could be moving very slow. But if I'm moving slow, so I'm going to say, it's not moving fast enough. If I go in reverse, maybe I'll go like faster. You're just moving away. You're only moving away. A reverse, it's like a chavra man sagt, I want to have $1 million in my bank statement. So if I can't have it like in the greens, I could have it in the red. Was ist? Du hast nicht ein Wort. So let me at least. Rabbi used to say, it's the Chazef and Sheil. It's a sharp word. Remember, he once said that someone came to his house on Purim. It was a very warm Farbrengen. It was a bacher, somebody who needed to hear it. So Rabbi told him, as Sheil hat gesagt, Sheil is Rabbi's Mashpia, said, as Acher is given a Mesnagit. Acher. What's the story with Acher? Acher was a great Tane, a great Tamtchach, a big tzaddik, and he did something wrong, and he heard a baskil. We're talking about the level of a person who could hear a baskil. Shuva banim shevavim chutz me'acher. So everyone could do tshuva chutz for him. So Acher said, if so, halach avar akol averes shebeteir. It says that Acher, because he heard this thing, so he left. Hat Sheil gesagt, Acher was a misnagid. Why? What does a misnagid say? In short, what is it? If not Elam Haba, Acher was told he's not going to be let into Elam. It's Akaponim Elam Haz. A Chassid would say, if nicht Elam Haba, Akaponim nit Elam Haz. That's the Nukud. A misnagid says, if nicht Elam Haba, Akaponim Elam Haz. In other words, let's clarify. Lechatchila, you had 2 options. Obviously, this is the better option, the preferred option. If not money, Akaponim leaves. A Chassid understand there's only one thing. There's closer to the Eibishter and further. Eib nit Elam Haba, Akaponim nit Elam Haza. Akaponim, like, not worse. Is Elam Haza another option? Again, this is an identity question. Who am I? What's my value system, and how much could I live up to it? So 5 minutes davening is gedavnt. If without 5 minutes. So what's the other option? Not that. A poor person would say, so therefore I'm not good at making money, I'll rip up my money. Where does that come from? It says the lei echad bilvad amad aleinu l'chalisenu. It says the heder ha'achtus, the clarity of knowing that there's one thing. Das ist eine Nekuda. The Miteler Rebbe gave us one Nekuda, which is where. And this is what the Rebbe kocht sich always this word from the Miteler Rebbe, as 2 junge Leute reden Yichuda Ilah and Yichuda Tatoi, which comes from one thing. Not these junge Leute, the Geresta Maskilim, and they're going to know the best pshat. And maybe it's also not the only thing that we're going to be talking about. But the Tayerkeit of Ligen and Avar Chassidus, because it's an expression of who I am. This is where I belong. This is my... And there's the confidence of the Rebbe. Das ist Yichide. Only a Rebbe's word could say such a thing. A Rebbe sagt, yeah, I believe, I see such a Yid, and I say, your simches achayim is going to come from Legend Film. What's natural for you to read Navar Chassidus? This is natural for us. Und das feiert man Yud Kislev. The Nekuda of Yud Kislev is, this word, as is HaGeulah Shniya, like the Rebbe said. Sometimes the Rebbe spoke the Sprach in Pesach Sheni, in the talking for Fallen. It's Chamas Umatzim Eba Bois. Of course we're not perfect. The question is if you could celebrate Pesach even with Chamas. Even with knowing that I'm a regular person, and I may take get updated with the news also, but there's also another part of me. There's a part of me, just as naturally I could talk about Shtusim, naturally I could also Chazav Artchis, Hasor Geshmak Siche. Why not? And why not at home? Besitzt mit dem Sprache, ist nicht mehr Schabbat. So, Bein Ashar, I'm a Yid. You could be a natural Yid also. This comes from the Yesod of who I am. We're allowed to allow ourselves to redeem ourselves from the bondage of the way I acted, so therefore I must be that. I'm better than that. L'chaim.
Chaim.
The American Meiser of the Miteler Rebbe, which was in the Zgala Lachreinu. It's a story, someone sent a letter to the Rebbe and he wrote this story to the Rebbe. And in Lahak, they put out the kuntras of letter minus of the Rebbe. They put out kuntras of siches, so always in his office they put out new minus. So they put an R over the letter. This person wrote, Azay Derech Agav, Azam Maisi. I'm starting to recall the exact details, but basically there was a Yid, or there was a woman. There was a woman who was terminally ill, and this woman was mamish on a deathbed, and they came to the Miteler Rebbe and asked him to daven. So Miteler Rebbe davened for her. And she lived, and then she was almost, we're talking about she was already dysfunctional, she couldn't do anything. Miteler Rebbe davened, and she lived a little longer. So someone asked the Miteler Rebbe, what's the purpose? It's very clear that she's not going to recover. It was impossible, the Gashmis. It was also impossible that she should do anything. She's totally dysfunctional. What's she doing? Says, whatever the tafkid of a Isha by Yisrael is in the world, to be Mekayim Torah mitzvahs, to be Mechanech children, to be Lakeres Abayis, whatever, for herself, for others, what's the value over here? Why prolonging her life? So it was very clear, this is the context of the story, that the Miteler Rebbe's davening was just making her live a few more days in the world. What's the purpose? So the Miteler Rebbe said, was heißt? Sie glaubt? Does this woman believe? Was heißt? She's living in this world with a few more days of emunah. She has emunah. Having emunah, das heißt, her being an Neshama B'guf, an awareness of the Eibishter, has intrinsic value. What value is there to learn Chassidus? So before the Miteler Rebbe, it could have been misunderstood that the whole purpose of learning Chassidus is in order to be inspiring, to help you be better behaved. Which grade it helps with behavior. The Miteler Rebbe came and said, you know why you're supposed to know Chassidus? Because a Yid has to know about the Eibishter. Not just as I'm sorry for something else. Let's start from the beginning. Why do I exist? The matara of life is to be connected to the Eibishter. Knowing Elokus, knowing Chassidus, is a value unto itself. It's not a sorry for something else. So this woman, even though she probably had Havana of Asaga was limited, but she had a emunah in the Eibishter. This is a pneumistic emaisa. This is what pneumis means. It's not here for any other purpose. It's not here in order to gain or grow or take it anywhere else. Let's start from the beginning. Is there any value in a person living a whole life of emunah? So if so there's a value in one day of emunah. How's that any different? And if not, if there's no value in one day? What's the matter in the whole life? Your life of emunah, maybe you're going to be able to help other children and be mechanech other people that they should have emunah. Good. So what's the value? What's the purpose in that? Yeah, like Rabbunim said, that he wants to meet. There must be a very important person at the end of all the days, because all the generations of be mechanech the children to be mechanech the next day, in order to be mechanech the next day, there must be someone very important somewhere. I will him treffen. So, if this value, what's the value of learning about Chassidus? The value is the here and now. It's that and you know where we see it? I'm coming back. I'm sorry if you're coming back the whole time to this dogma. What's the value of talking the news? It's useless tomorrow. Next week, say you're going to forget and say it's useless. Everything changed. It's just intrinsic. What do you mean? HaGeulah, a good conversation. What are you talking about? Everybody understands the value of that's the value of hearing about Chassidus. you have a connection. This called living in Elam Hazi, like living in this world, right? That's the expression. You mean he doesn't live in this world? You don't know the news. Shout that you live today. How do you experience today? It's by being connected to what's going on. That's how you live today. So Miteler, no. There's living today is living with Amunah, living with the Derher and Achtas Hashem, living with the Vart Chassidus. That's the pshat that you experience today. How does it help me? Why you only ask that question when it comes to Chassidus? When it comes to eating flesh, you don't ask how it helps me. You also don't ask how it damages me. It's a separate discussion. I eat. What do you mean I eat? What do you mean I'm living? Chassidus must be here to serve a purpose. No. Why? That's because we're so confused with what we're about. There's a Reichkeit, the word of experiencing Chassidus. You know, the Rebbe spoke about it a few times when they reprinted the Likutei Torah. So, in the original prints of Likutei Torah, there were many typos. So they came to Radatz. Radatz was, the Rebbe called him Hirschel Chenigever. The Rebbe knew him, he was, his father had a kasher with him. They were big rabbanim. The Rebbe explained. He called him Hirschel, not the Rebbe Hirschel, because by Chassidim there was such a thing. But he said the Radatz was. We're talking over here a giant. Yeah, in Zokta Meise, the Radatz once fainted. He was a very very idler person. He was a very marashcheridige person. But he was once taught Achtas Havaya by Krishma, and by Havaya Echad he fainted. So they told the Rebbe Rashab this Meise. So the Rebbe Rashab said, he's disappointed, he's not impressed. Ich habe ihn gehalten für aggressere Balmeichen. Ich habe gehalten. So ich kann es anhalten. Gehalten für aggressere Balmeichen. So, I mean, the Radatz, you know the famous Meise with the picture. That we have a picture, the poem. The Radatz was a person, it was obviously a giant in Nigla also, and he was thinking, it was a Meise with a HaGeulah, dachte sich, and he was thinking Inyan, and they wanted to take a picture of him, he refused. So they used the time when he was thinking about Din Torah, Din Torah was preparing Inyan, they came and they took a picture. Now, Amol taking a picture wasn't pulling something out of your pocket. You probably had to wheel in and bring in the stuff and put on the flash, and it was a whole task. And he didn't notice, not before and not after. The picture of him is, you see his eyes straight ahead, and he didn't know. He didn't know not before, not after they took his picture. He's going to vertracht and learn. So, upon him, they came to the Radatz and they asked him for Rebbe Nikolaev, who was, I think it was a Rosh Nikolaev who was in charge. His achrayus to take care of the Indian. So they asked him to look over, to help with the HaGeulah, or for his askoma, for help with something. I don't know exactly what. So Radatz says he's very upset that they're reprinting the Likutei Torah. Why? Because Amol, when there's a typo, so it took a long time to figure out. So a Yid would sit and be stuck, and would be involved in the minor. Now there's no typo, so it's just going to flow so easily. So he's going to be less involved in figuring out pshat in the minor. Now I don't know which Likutei Torah the Radatz had. I think with all the typos Masudar, it still doesn't flow so easily. But whatever he was doing over there, but the word itself, the Rebbe has it a few times. It's a very difficult word to understand. Like, what's the point? There's a point in being stuck. Like, what's the value over here? What's the message? The Peil, obviously, it was wrong. The Rabbi wanted that it should be fixed up. But what's the message? Like, what are you trying to say? There's a value, atzmi, to being involved in a Vart Chassidus. It has intrinsic value. We're not talking about growth. How much knowledge you're going to gain. The Rebbe kocht sich in this Meise. He said the story on tape. There's the story more than once in Shabbos. Probably again. The Rebbe liked this Meise for one thing. Learning Chassidus has atzmistic value. Only if you have a derher in the clarity of what a Yid is, does this language talk to you, Bechla? I mean, let's come back to the dogma from is there any value in discussing the news? if you have a geschmack in it, you get it. What do you mean? Like, to be involved. Just the experience of being involved. I mean, there's people who discuss sports. Which everyone has that nefesh. The clown of Bahamas is that always that somebody else in Nefesh Bahamas looks Anash. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand this like geschmack to discuss sports. The news I can understand. So I assume, but it's the same thing. It's like, there's a geschmack to just like spend an hour talking. What are you doing? It's the experience. It's because of who I am. It's coming from a place of this is who I am. There's a Levi Weinberg always says a Mason. Levi Weinberg from South Africa, yeah. Says he was a Bacharul. 17 years old, and he was involved. I think I'm not sure if he was learning Tafshin Gimel or Tafshin Yud. He was learning a Hemshech of the Rebbe, a difficult Hemshech. And when he was learning the Hemshech, he got stuck over there. There's a whole shtickle about the difference between Keches HaKlulim B'Nefesh and Nefesh Neis HaKeches. And the Friedrich Rebbe gets involved, and the reason I have stuff is because both of them Sheikhim get into it. But Dakas Dike Chilukim, it's very difficult to do. It's very hard. So he was 17, and he was learning it, and he was very involved. He has good Kishreinis, but he didn't understand Pshat. So he got stuck. He wrote a letter to his older brother. His older brother, Shalom Ber Weinberg, was in Kansas. He just moved then on Shlichus. So he wrote him a letter. And he asked him Pshat via length Pshat. So his brother wrote him back the way he understood Pshat. And it started, Ahin and Tzarik. He said, no, it doesn't make sense. Back and forth. At some point, his father, Rabbi Yosef Weinberg, found this exchange of letters. And he obviously, this is like what his kids are involved in. And so Yosef Weinberg, Bichlal, Levi Weinberg says his father had a weakness of anything which he thinks that the Rebbe would have a geschmack in, he would just like give it into the Rebbe. He says he was in Shlichus for 2 years in Australia as a bacher, and would send letters home. I read Komnish to him. And when he came home, he found some of them like with HaGeulah, like things that he said, like he remembers it was the first time he was in not in some 70 keys. And he was very depressed. He said, Shlichus in Australia. He grew up at the Rebbe Mamish. So the Ershta Mol is, and he was very like Rosh Hashanah thing. And in Yom Kippur, what happened is that there was a very wealthy person in Shul bought him after Yena. And this Yid, instead of taking the aliyah for himself, gave it to somebody else. Somebody which clearly couldn't afford it, but it was like a person he wanted to do something nice, Kippur, or whatever. So he said that when that happened, like, okay, he's like in the Cheshach of Australia, like so weit, for Rebbe and everything, some episode, Tnua from a Neshama Zach, episode Yiddishkeit, you see a Yid did something. He said, this is how, like, he caught his breath in Australia. Something happened, something like in Shul Yom Kippur. So he wrote it in the letter. So Yosef Weinberg saw it's such a beautiful story. He gave in to the Rebbe. So basically, his father found this exchange of letters, and then he added his own pshat, how he understands the Indian of Nefesh Neis HaKeches. This is the Dritte Mahalach, and he gave in to the Rebbe. So the Rebbe's minor was Goram Nachas Ruach Rav. If I'm not mistaken, underlined. There's the Rav. Goram Nachas Ruach Rav. Ala Shachle V'Tarye B'Dach V'Chulu. V'Hirotzen Sheyeh Gor V'Amol. Gor V'Amol. Should be like Amol. So, okay, the Levi Weinberg is saying, Meirich, he's saying that Amol, the word Amol in the Friedrich Rebbe's language is a very positive word. In the Rebbe's language, Amol is not like doesn't come up too often. It's like Amol. It's a good thing. Who says Amol? I'll tell you. Yom Rishenim Tevim Yelah. But over here, the Rebbe used this lashon. I don't know what he was referring to, or Tvatsk, or whatever. And there was a time when Chassidim were like involved in Avart Chassidus. He said that such a reichem Goram Nachas Ruach Rav. From what? 17-year-old kid who didn't understand Pshat. And Mustamal Maskana, it's a very hard sugi. Probably the Maskana also didn't understand Pshat. And he's writing to his brother. there are things in Chassidus which are very difficult to understand. It's not like a... Rebbe is trying. But the Rebbe's Hagdara wasn't like... It wasn't Gorim Nachas Ruach Rav for coming to a Klarkak in the Sugya, and now you could be published in Sefer Erikim or the Nori Subir. Ala Shakel V'Tari. On the involvement. They were so excited, Pasha, the pleasure was as Meret in Chassidus. Meret Yichud Eloi Yichud Tato. Oh. It's not... It struggled through a typo. But what the Radatz wanted was involvement. And the involvement is the Chassidus experience. That's a chassid. How much knowledge I accumulated, it's if I'm involved. Doesn't what mean. So this value of seeing a bachar being involved in such a union. Stam, this Yid, Levi Weinberg himself was probably in Yichidus many times. He grew up at the Rebbe, man of letters. He always talks about this mind. This is like the Goram Nachas Ruach Rav. As the Rebbe poshet at Hanoah von Ashak Levetari Bedach. Gerade, Stam, I don't know if anyone knows him over here. Nicht kein Parish von El Masach. B'chlal nicht. But this value, I mean, he's a Yiddish Adayim, liegt in a Vart Chassidus. Why? Because sof this is who I am. Who am I? Verstehen Pshat na Maimen Samachvav. This is the core, coming back to who I am. And this is not Leba Shamayim. This is Takinish Bashamayim. Fakert. Bashamayim is to hold in a madrega that is, I'm exclusively involved in Chassidus, or different levels of Havana. Okay, to be involved is a decision. It's a decision which comes from a healthy place. This is who I am. This is what we're about. Sof, this is what we're about. What says Chosid Chabad was Litvish Chassidus? You stop a brisker. I ask him, Zog a word from Reb Chaim, and he doesn't say. So you're not a brisker. I'm sorry to say. You may be a supporter. You may be a friend, all about friends of brisker, whatever it is. I mean, this. So I'm not saying Chassidus, Kamuven Chassidus, as it's a Don Neshama Sachen. Aber was ist Chosid Chabad was Litvish Chassidus? This is what it's about. You know, there's a Shmelos Asonki. I heard as a word. There was once a Farbrengen. Without mentioning any names, but there was basically somebody over there, a Bacher, who, I think this was in Pucking. Bacher, Chevreman took Mashke and got Vil and was chutzpedig by the Farbrengen and screaming at him and everything. So Shmer Batumer told him like this. It's a Amol Seda a Schneider. A tailor. A tailor, he says, in order to be a good tailor, you need to have three things. First thing in order to be a good tailor is that you need to be a liar. It's the first important tchuna every tailor has to have. Why you have to be a liar? Because people always come to the tailor and expect that the thing is going to be ready before it's practicable to be. It's a person of Chag. People don't realize how much time it takes. So you have to tell them it's going to be ready in a week, even though it's only going to be ready in 2 weeks. If not, then you can close shop. You don't be a tailor. If you want to be a tailor, you have to be a liar. No chazach is, in order to be a tailor, you have to be a ganf. Why? Because they don't understand how long it takes and what it is, what it entails, so they're not ready to pay for the job. Really, it's proper value. So the only eitzah is that you have to measure schayre in order. You're going to make a suit for someone, so you measure a certain amount of material. You measure more, you add a bit more, and then you make the suit. And with the leftovers, to machst a hitale, to a henshike, you make a hat or a glove or something, and that's where you make your money. Because there's no other way. So basically, in order to be a tailor, you need to be a liar and you need to be a thief. The third tchune, which is important, every single tailor has to have, is he has to know how to sew. He has to know how to cut a straight line, has to thread a needle. He has to, because it's also the time. So now, he said, there's a people who say, I'm not, there's no Muslim in Elam Hazeh. I'm 2/3 tailor. Ganef, Aligene, would you Schleimus? I hope I'm out. I'm out. Yeah, Rave tailor. I'm basically a good tailor. I have areas where I have to perfect myself, but I'm basically a tailor. So Shmerel Batumer, Shmerel's song says to this year, it says, to sein a chosid, you have to know how to say l'chaim. You have to have chutzpah. In order to kegen Elam Hazeh, you need to have faith. And you also have to learn chassidus. Then you have like a 2/3 chassid. Bechlalos is a chassid, yeah. Okay, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but basically he has the hinyan. That's the nakud. Yeah, l'chaim. This is I
There's later one Very
good. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Du liegst noch aber
These days I'm puffing in Tanya. Recently, I have to listen every week each year.
Yeah?
Recently, I was thinking that why does the Alter Rebbe talk about that? The reason we don't understand very Yismi Ayin is because it's the midas of it's one of the midas. I don't understand that because it's not possible. You can't do it. You can't understand that. Because he wants to show the point of Shem's Chibur, not to show Shem's distance, but to show Shem's Chibur. That was my Hilula this last show. I'm not sure if Rebbe is such a good question.
troublemakers.
He just came out of the way. He didn't make trouble until now.
Was zieht er?
Die eerste keer corona is nog terug op Noord of ooit.
Ich habe eigentlich David mitkommen. Ja, ich muss das lesen. Hast du mir gesagt, du bist nicht da, aber ich bin klein. Das hat er mir gesagt.
Ja, aber gut, ich komme zurück. Ich habe gemacht eine Deadline. Ich bin wegen 6.
Ja. Oh. Let's come back to the Nakunim. This woman who had nothing else, it wasn't shaykh for anything else to happen. The very fact that she lived with Amunah, that itself is a reason to live. We're so used to thinking and talking about everything in transactional terms. Everything is a emtsoy for something else. Amunah must be, in order to live a better life, in order to not be in the spore from Nisyanis and remain frum. The Miteler Rebbe is saying one thing. There's a value in a person being full of Amunah. In Perek Lamed Gimel, what does the Alter Rebbe say? The reason why a person comes into the world, what's the context of the Perek? The Amunah Zuki Rabba should be in his head. And as we know, it's the Mekubal Bachsidim, that the Lashon over there is where it says, B'Yerushim Aviseinu. The Taich Aviseinu is the Baal Shem Tov and the Magid. It's the Pnimistic Taich. Was I like Rebbe Shlomo Chaim sagen that we have a person Ashreinu Matev Chalkeinu, that what's going to happen in life? I can understand the word Chassidus, that the Emunah in Amitis and Achtas Hashem will be clear in my head. So that's not it's not the best way to live life. That's life. It's not going to help me in Shalom Bayis. Gnade will also. It's not only gonna enhance my davening or make me better midas or everything else. This is what it's about. So this woman, why the Miteler Rebbe didn't understand the question. What do you mean she has a munah? So that's what's life about? Of course she should live another day. She's dysfunctional. She can't do anything. So what? Which is the yesod of the way we approach limud HaTorah. There was a short maimer. It's one of the earlier Mugadik Mamarim of the Rebbe. Tavshim Mem Aleph. I was just talking about the Farbrengen in Tavshim Mem Aleph. It's a Reiche Reit that the Rebbe speaks over there about HaGeulah Shniya. But there was a maimer then, and it's a beautiful maimer. It's a long maimer. Padu B'Shalom Mem Aleph, where the Rebbe goes into various madregas of limud HaTorah in a even of milchama or in a even of menucha. Getting involved in the whole sugya, but basically, Amol Retman, they're comparing tefillah to Torah, or various pashtas. The maimer of the Miteler Rebbe, Padu B'Shalom, the big maimer is madregas in avetz tefillah. Then there's compared to Torah. Over here, the Rebbe is saying levels in limud HaTorah guf. It's very complex. So it's the difference between Nigla and Chassidus, and within Pnimis HaTorah Guf at different levels. It's a beautiful mind. A few days later, it was Tes-Yud Kislev Dachzich. So the B'Zusha Rivkin was in New York. B'Zusha Rivkin was established the Beis Menachem Shul. If anyone's familiar in Kfar Chabad, it's a big shul. Beis Menachem, he established it, and they were making Chanuk Sabayis. And then the Sheikh Chabad in Eretz Yisrael wrote a Sefer Torah, L'chavod the Rebbe and the Rebbe. So, I think they started in Tafshel Lamed Tes. From the anniversary, was it 50 Shana, yeah? No.
Right, yeah.
Peitas to Lamed Tes is 50?
40.
It's 40. 40. I bought it.
It's 50, makes sense. 50.
Yeah, 50, yeah. So then, and then it continued also because of Shleshim Shana from the Nasi. Yeah, okay. Is Akopanim, they made the Sefer Torah, they invited the Rebbe to come to the Chanos Sefer Torah. And in Mamish, they begged, and the Poyol, he came with chesimes from Anash, Eretz Yisrael, from Kfar Chabad, and from Kiryat Malachi, piles of chesimes begging the Rebbe to come, they can make Chanos Sefer Torah, and they want the Rebbe to come. The Rebbe said he's not going to come, but he's going to make a special Farbrengen L'chavod this Ziru. And it was a very interesting scene. It was, I think, Yud Zayin, that was Tes-Yud. Yud Zayin, Kislev in the afternoon. The Rebbe asked him when's his flight. His flight was 6 o'clock, so he had to leave to the airport 4 o'clock. So the Rebbe said, fine, 2 o'clock is going to be a Farbrengen. A short Farbrengen. Just L'chavod Zechnos Sefer Torah. And by the Farbrengen, the Rebbe gave a crown. It was a modern event, a weekday Farbrengen, not a Yom Pagre, just L'chavod this. By that Farbrengen, the Rebbe said a short minor. And the biggest chiddush is that this minor, the Rebbe was Magia right afterwards. So it's like in Melukat Aleph. It's before the Rebbe started being Magia, Mamar, and Bechlal. It was a very special yachas. Because I think it was Pasha reciprocating. There was such a ave from Chassidim, from Eretz Yisrael. They Pasha wanted the Rebbe to come. They said, I can't come, but he gave everything else besides for coming. In that minor, the Rebbe followed up this idea of Madreges in Limud HaTorah and spoke in beautiful, Pashat Balabatisha, simple Asius. What does it mean? Limud HaTorah b'derech menucha and not b'derech milchama. So the Rebbe said simple. There is Limud HaTorah b'derech milchama. That what? That you're learning for ulterior motives. That's one way of learning. L'moshel, a child, so he's learning for klois v'agoizim, like the Rambam says. Then there's limud HaTorah b'menucha. What's type calm? A limud HaTorah in the Eifen where there's nothing else going on besides for the limud HaTorah. That's the pshat limud HaTorah b'menucha. I'm not learning for anything else. I'm not learning in order to be able to chazer it to someone. I'm not learning in order later samaisa shayasun. Not ich learn Torah for learning Torah's sake. That is menucha. And Pashat Atheist, that's the most, it's takakam. He's not busy, when somebody has to learn in order to know what to do, so he's not he's learning, but he's really, he wants to know, Pel Mamish. To be able to sit on a tesis and to just be involved. And I want to enjoy the kasha. It's a good, gewaldige kasha. I'm not rushing anywhere. It's menucha de Torah. It's Pashat, and it's me connected to the Torah. I'm not using him. There's nothing else going on. And this is something, the Rebbe read the Chlamaila din Ketz Lamata din Tachlis. You learn the same Amorim. The way, if you learn this Maimer, Padav Shalom and Malach, the way it was by the Farbrengen, Yud Kislev, the Rebbe Echer on Echer on Echer, and in Pnimis HaTorah Kufa, there's the way it's in Yemei Mashiach, in Yemei Mashiach, in the second Kufa, not the first Kufa, and he's flying high, and say, okay, did the Rebbe look around to the room he's talking to? It's like, you should see the videos, you see the people, it's falling asleep by the Farbrengen, and the Rebbe get Echer on Echer in Limud HaTorah. It's but then you see this follow-up Maimer, the Rebbe brings us up as so Pashat. This is Anash and Karkenim. A balabos, a regular person, who can learn in Torah b'menucha. Pashat. There's a beautiful Yechidus with Velvel Green. Velvel Green had everyone knows, somewhere a lot of people remember him. Yeah, you remember Velvel Green? Yeah. Velvel Green was a
The soda.
Yeah, the hat, the miser with the green hat. Yeah, yeah. He's a very interesting person. He's a phenomenal. He was a scientist, and he was niskarev in a very special way through the Miteler. The Rebbe spoke about it. How Pashat Moshe. He was a scientist in Minnesota, and Miteler came to meet him. He was a younger man who went on shlichus, and he comes to meet him. Until he finally agreed to meet, he grew up in a reform house. Yiddishisten, so he had a perfect Yiddish, but he was like frei with the gods. And this younger man wants to meet him, he doesn't know who he is, whatever. Finally he agrees to meet him in the middle of this meeting, just as he's coming in. Moshe fella said, he has to daven mincha. So he stops the meeting and he goes to the side and he davens mincha. And he looks at him saying, "That's a day till I finally agree to meet you, what are you doing?" And that's what turned him on. That's where he began. And this is the journey, and he was one of the first Bali Tshuva from the what's called the intellectual community, from the universities, and he was very active afterwards in the whole world of bringing students in. The Rebbe invested a lot of time with him. But Pashtus, because the Rebbe saw in potential that he could go weiter. He's a professor, and he was a very esteemed professor. And became a full chassid, all his eniklach chassidim, full beard. He became mamish alabavich chassid. Agav, mamish derech Agav. He used to say a meiser that he was in London for a tkufa because of his work. He worked in NASA. He worked in NASA. Where's NASA? In Texas, in Florida?
Florida or California?
California. So he was all over the place. It was in different. There was a tkufa he lived in Michigan. Not sure why. Because of his work. Because he was different universities, different things. So in Michigan he had a Geschmack Meiser that came to Kislev over there. I think Tashin Chavtes, Tashin Lamed, or whatever. He was just there, mamish, a fresh Bal Tshuva. And they asked him, he was a shliach over there, asked him if he could speak about the Kislev event. He said, yeah. Happy to speak, if he can help. He comes to the Kislev event, there's no one there. All the younger light, Baruch Shem Tev, Shemei Kagan, all the Chevre, they ran away to the Farbrengen. They got him to speak, and they went to New York. So he was very tzabrach. He said, okay, these are the real Chassidim. They got me the Yukult thing, and this is real Chassidim. The Mefartzim Rebbe. So he wrote to the Rebbe about it. She said, obviously, I don't get Chavnish Devart. The Rebbe, whole answer the Rebbe gave him is, why do you think that they were closer than you? Du hast getan in Afatzim Ayonis, where die was an Antloffen von der Afatzim, it was a whole reiche meine about what does it mean to be by the Rebbe. So he was in London, Stams, his mam's derech Agav, it's just an interesting word. He says he was at work. I don't know exactly what his work was. He was in the laboratory. I think he was describing that he was like mamish. He was involved in doing something about urgent phone call. Now in those days, it wasn't a cell phone. You know, he's got like the phone call to the college or wherever he was. I think urgently you have to come to the meeting in Beis Lubavitch now. Beis Lubavitch in London, everyone has to show up. So fine, okay, if it's like an urgent call, he comes and he sees different people come from different. Everyone came from work. Like whoever, and everyone gathered over there, and everyone's in a room, and and Ben Shem Tov sitting in the head of the table, quiet. Was the Meiser? Ben Shem Tov just came from New York, and he said that he has a message from the Rebbe, and since he came now, so the Rebbe wants the message should be delivered now. So Mela, everybody has a shaykhah to Lubavitch has to show up now. So they're waiting for every single person to think, and he was quiet, he didn't say a word. Till he did like a full program till he got up and he said, "The Rebbe hat gesagt, as in Shul in Beis Lubavitch darf man davenen shame. Have to daven nicely. Basically, the Rebbe heard that he's maybe talking during davening or something. That's his message. And the meeting is adjourned. Everyone go back to where he came from. That's the message. Als geworden, a greater Seder, there was a tkufa, a few months, weiß ich, that in Schulen, Babs, was, I don't know what it means, shame, but relatively, it's given Aliyah in the Davening, dort. A Kopanen, so Vervel Green came in...
Heilig ist Burmeteil, aber da war eine Schein?
Nee, das ist, supposed nicht eine Gehe, sehr viel in Janein, aber nicht als eine Gehe, alles gut. Is, Vervel Green was in Yosef, and he comes in, and the Rebbe asked him, and there was, I think it was a Seder Kavua, whenever he would come, the Rebbe asked him, was macht sich in Nasser? Was tut sich in Nasser? Now, he had a specific department. He was responsible for developing the paint. There's on the spaceships, I don't know exactly how it works, but scientifically, if you're moving at such speed, so the friction, so the paint could push it, either melt or it could be catch fire. Yeah, it could become. So there was a whole chachma, and he had a whole team working under him. There's 100 different departments over there, and he was working on when you reach out of space. So, what kind of paint should? Fine. But he knew, it's like a community. Everybody knew what the latest sugyas are and what everyone's dealing with. So the Rebbe asked him, what's herzach? So he told the Rebbe, we're dealing now with a sugya azeh. This is the latest issue. Is that when the spaceship, that's what spacecraft or whatever it's called, the rocket, has to leave the ground, so it needs a massive amount of gas in order to propel it, in order to lift it up. The problem is that as it leaves, so it's carrying these massive tanks of gas, which are now empty. Because as it goes further and further, so more and more gas is consumed. Now the rocket is going against gravity. So the higher it goes, so the lighter it has to be. And now he's schlepping empty tanks, which are useless. Not just useless, they're really pulling him down because these are big metal, heavy things. Tank. So they're trying to figure out how do we come potted from these tanks in mid-journey. So you can't just drop a tank somewhere and it should dreizig in outer space. You need to figure out some kind of system. And nowadays I think like it does drop back on the ground. Part of it falls back. It's a whole chachma how to become potted from the tanks. So basically, the thing that was necessary to lift you off is now a hindrance. It's pulling you back. Good. So the Rebbe asked him, "No, was the hero in Aveda?" So he has enough seichel. He's a professor. He understood that this is already not his turn. This is so he told the Rebbe, "Zag du hat was the hero in Aveda?" So the Rebbe said he thinks the hero is like this. That there are things which are necessary in order to propel a person in Aved. The moshel, like a child, has to have klois v'agoizim in order to have a geschmack in learning. The problem is that these same things later on become a disturbance, and they disturb the learning. In other words, because he's been trained to learn for a reason, so he doesn't have a geschmack in the learning itself. So we have to find ways to get potter from the very things which helped us get here, but to know how to shed them once we're moving. So in flight, we have to get potter from the learning Shalei Lishma. Says this is very practical. So nicht keine Heiche Madreges. Learning Chassidus is Geschmack. The problem is that we've already been so predisposed to learning it for ulterior motives that already we lost its own geschmack. We're shaykhis to this. This is what the Miteler Rebbe is saying. This is one message. There's no reason you shouldn't be involved in this, naturally. Trefst achaver, this is the... Why discuss the news? Discuss this. Why not? You know, it's like the Maisa with the Mechanchim like to say the story with the old man with the basketball. Can the Maisa? The Mechanchim don't know it's like considered the classic chinuch mashal. But it's a pashta zach. The story goes that he had an old man who enjoyed having his afternoon nap. And then you had kids playing outside and would come and play ball and basketball and make noise. So what's the eitzah? So the old man gets up and he goes over to every one of these kids and he says, kinderlach, playing, and I love hearing the noise and it's so geschmack. So he gave everyone $1. It's giving me so much nachas ruach. So the kids say, well, it's gewaldig. It's how we play, it's how we get paid for it. So the next day they came with friends. So again, he comes down and he starts giving everyone $1. It's beautiful. After a week, he says, look, I can't afford already $1 every time. So 50 cents. He says, okay, it's still kedai, 50 cents. Then he brings it down to a quarter. After a month, he starts giving out a nickel. He says, we're going to come and play for a nickel. Then that nickel will go play somewhere else. And after the shop, and he leave. As they were twin potter. So that's basically what happens. Naturally, a yid will learn to see this. But a kid wants to learn. Normal kids, it's the Anash in the Mamorim. Children like asking questions. Kids like learning. It's natural. But then you come and you tell the kid, if you're going to learn, I'll pay you for it. You get a price. So obviously, it must be a terrible thing that I'm doing if I need compensation to do it. So it must be rotten. I don't know why yet, but I think psychologically, you're ingraining in him that really learning is a very bad experience. And therefore, I'm being paid to do it. So every time you give someone schar for learning, you're psychologically predisposing him to hate learning. So what's the problem? What's the thing? The problem is as kinders and a wild. You do need to give klois v'agos. The Rambam says so as a seder. We have to know how to get potter from it. At some point, learning is not for something else. So the same thing is in learning chassidus. This is what the Rebbe said in the Maimer. Potter shalom maluf. Say geschmack. But at the learning b'menucha. That's the whole point of potter shalom. Menucha, nicht milchama. What does it mean? Learn without anything else in the picture. Pashat learning for learning. So learn about chassidus. So it's a different life. It's a different person, different quality. It's a yid. The yid is naturally expressing his kasher with the Eibishter. It's a leicht beim in Kopf Emunah in the Eibishter. This is good. It's not madrege. It doesn't mean it's not taifes. It doesn't mean but he's normal. He's just being who he is. And this is something we shaykh to. This is the Chiddush of the Miteler Rebbe. Ich can in Cheder Aleph, Cheder Beis. He took Yidden and he made them Chassidim. Through as mekocht sich in a word Chassidus. L'chaim.
When the gift is a safer, when the gift is a safer, so maybe it's...
Eva says mutter. Okay, yes. It's lav dafke.
That's the problem, right? You can't just go against the Rambam.
Yeah. There was a sharp mind of the Rebbe about it. About, I thought that's what you referred to, about the sefer.
Yeah, I said, what's the minor?
There was a Lag Ba'omer event in Eretz Yisrael, and they Tzach made in the Mems, and they said they're going to give a bike. Dacht ich. Yeah, sag richtig? A ball? Soccer ball?
Football.
Why do I remember a bike? No, could be I'm confusing. Maybe it's two different things. I mean, it's nicht angefragt. It's a common thing that there was want to give it to him. The Rebbe wrote very sharp. The Tzach in Eretz Yisrael is given mit Abo. Okay, so it's schon zwei Meises. There's a. Yeah. It was Eretz Yisrael. It was Eretz Yisrael. Lapella. Oh, it was a soccer ball. So it could be. Akopanim, the Rebbe went to the Shubi, and I think in all the Lag Ba'omer parades in Eretz Yisrael, they have this minhag, they give out a book. Yeah? Sifron. I think it started from that minhag. Pasha, it started from, okay. Okay. L'chaim. It's not right to do lips in our cities. To share the wealth. You know Miteler over here? You know Miteler over here? I went to Bacher in Baltimore. Right now, משהו מיוחד. Remember those days? Walking around thinking this.
So you gotta be,
Chaim. It's the word. It's the interesting loss. As the Tzemach Tzedek said in the first Yud Tes Kislev of the Tzemach Tzedek's Messias, dachte ich. It says, Tovkuf Peches steht sich when a schwere Jahr. Obviously, it was just after the Stalkus of the Miteler Rebbe. Tovkuf Peches, by the Farbrengen, the Tzemach Tzedek said that Yud Tes Kislev is Simchas Tov. Chalal of Yud Tes Kislev steht out. It says it's Miteler, it says it's Rosh Hashanah, it says whatever, basically whatever you want they should say. It says Yom Kippur. It says over there that Vos is Simchas Tov. Right. The Leder, you say? The Leder on the bris, yeah. So it says over there Simchas Tov. So Friedrich Rebbe says is Yud Kislev is the erste Tag von Sukkot. Friedrich Rebbe? Tes Kislev is Simchas Tov, it's the first day of Sukkot. So Friedrich Rebbe says he's not sure if the fact that Yud Kislev is the erste Tag von Sukkot is the Tzemach Tzedek himself said it, or Chassidim understood that from the Tzemach Tzedek. They made the cheshbon. But either way, it's already then, that's the way it was understood. See? Kapanim, for uns ist nicht negert. Friedrich Rebbe says that's good enough. Yud Kislev is the erste Tag von Sukkot. It's ein interessanter Wort. Was ist der So, Bechlal Sukkot, this is the sprach that's always discussed. Sukkot is about the comfort. This is who I am. Sedor, Rosh Hashanah, and Yom Kippur is in Shu. Sukkot is, this is my home. Teshuv Kentadur. This is who I am. It's not the Yechide the way the Yechide is in the Ananak Teres. Fakert, the Ananak Teres surrounds me. And I sit in it. And I become comfortable in it. And I bring in my bed, and I bring in my table, and I bring in my chzitz in them. This is who I am. This is the natural Yid. That's Sukkot, that's Simcha. Yud Kislev is this opportunity that we're given is, a bris is showing a meise von Zchibe machen. Like you said, there's another word. Yud Kislev is the Leda and Yud Tes Kislev is the bris. What's the difference between a Leda and a bris? A bris is the way you're going to become. As if it's the oral, so you have to cut away your taivas and you have to become Miteler. Then there's I'm born a Yid. Yud Kislev is first of all Pashat establishing, and this is the Sprach. Edem Aget Arani Yud Tes Kislev. First of all, there is who I am. Who I am. Which is the Yesod of the labor. It's the Yid. Only from this place could the Yid function fully to be excited for a word in learning and a word Chassidus as a Matorah for itself. Now there's a word the Rebbe said about it's in a Mugdi Kesichis, it's in a Kesichis. Dacht sich ich will sein. In the Pirkei Avos Sichis, it says ben bagbag, ben hey, it says afachba the kulaba, ben bagbag, yeah? Ben bagbag said afachba the kulaba. So the Rebbe touched there very geschmack. Today's daf in Samachvov. I'm sorry.
Daf in Samachvov.
Daf in Samachvov? Who's the Asayid in Kingston?
Kingston.
Oh. Amish. Wow, which mind we up?
Bist du gemeint, bist gekommen du Kamonzi? Kingston. Der dritte Mal.
Der dritte Mal haben wir geworfen mit da von ihm. Okay, da mithalten. Wow. And this is Mr. the conversation. You could tata, das Redman.
Chance Kiddush.
For the Kiddush, das Redman. Okay. So we're just coming to uptouching the Inyan wie sie sein, nicht etwas übermachen. So the Nekude is, Ben Bagbag, what's it Ben Bagbag? He said, Afachba v'Afachba. So Ben Bagbag is given a gap, or Ben gave him a gap. Yeah, what's the difference? What's a gap? So the Rebbe said, a goy has to know how to learn. So don't limit the Torah from a goy. From a guy, if he wants to do what he's supposed to do, he has to be Zohar Shemes B'nai Noach. Shemes B'nai Noach is not a pashat. He has to know Hilchas Ritziche. Yeah, Shmiz Guf Nefesh. He has to know his Gzeila. That he cannot go to I'm saying there's a lot of Simon. He has to know Sanhedrin if he wants to know to Shalom Dayanim. And Faket in Shemes B'nai Noach could be it's more common, right? It's we're more machman in the things that could be chiv nisa. So basically, to be a fromer guy, you have to good learning. Yeah, Amunah for sure. You have to believe in Kelachot. Shit, if it's not a problem. Say it. Aber in Gleben nachts Hashem, this chiyuv of Amunah. So basically, what's the difference between a Yid and a guy in learning Torah? So the answer is that a guy has no inyan in limud Torah. It's not Merosha the Kilas guy. It's Merosha Kilas Yankov. He has to use Torah later some Shiyas. So he looks at Torah as a sefer was calling Yonah is in order to be a from a guy. Kumen, he became a ger. Suddenly he discovered there's a new value in Torah. That Torah is for Torah's sake. The reason we're learning is not in order to get something. So does hafach ba. Suddenly there's a value in limud Torah. Pashat the geschmack from learning Torah alle. Which is does a limud Torah from a Yid. Now the Rebbe said in Tavshin Yudalit about Haman. Yeah, Haman came and he saw Yidden, he saw kids learning. He saw them learning
Kmitze.
Hilchas Kmitze. So he gefragt, was lernen da? He said, the most useless halachas to learn in Kolos Bavel is Hilchas Kmitze. There's nothing got learn Hilchas Birchas HaShachar, have sit bitfile, learn with them dinei beirer, dinei muktzeh. Do something practical. Kids in cheder. Middle of Gzeira, who knows what's going to be? Mordechai gets them together and he talks to them. Useless halachas. What are you doing? Haman had gesehen, learned Hilchas Kmitze. He said, Ebazeh they won. Ebazeh I'm lost. And we had gelernt praktisch halachas, how to such a musik is not by goyim mechet. This is a yid. As limud Torah is for limud Torah's sake. Sagt der Meister von Balabatim, sie kommen an neuer Rav. Ach, ich möchte
You could stop and not say the story.
No, if I can't, it's a Huh? So you come on a Nairov, a few Balabatim, they wanted to bring a rabbi, and they went and they said this is a very learned person, and he's perfect, he's going to come, bring community. And they're very happy with him. He can't Kabbalah and everything. After a while, one of the Chevra comes to Shul, and he tells the Chevra, he's a fake, he's a fraud. He says, what's the amazing? He said, I chapped him. He said, what's the gechapped? He said, I was walking down the street, and I saw the light on in his house. I looked through the window, and I said, I learned. He said, so what's the problem? She said, so he doesn't know it yet. He's still learning. You're a doctor, you want a doctor who's still checking up his stuff? He doesn't know. He can't. Hacking up. By night, when no one's looking, he's learning. Yeah. That's the Mesivta. Yeah. Yeah. L'chaim. Ay, 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 let it die. Ay, 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 let it die. Ay, 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 let it die. Ay, 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 Darf gehen lernen Hilches Kmitze mit Kindern. Darf to go learn Hilches Kmitze with kids. Let it die. Let it Chaim. Chaim Rebbe. Chaim a bisschen. Chaim Arav. What's the official title?
How you call me 20 years ago?
Chaim. So a word, man sagt in last week's parsha, says Yankov Avinu came and davened, was the gebeten, he should have lechem lechel ubeged lilbish. Fragt sich der Scheile, what exactly, what's the common auszuschließen? How do you say it in English? What was he coming to right, to exclude, in English, there's must have a better word. Lechem lechel, not what? What else is lechem for? To negate. Kitzer. What's he coming to say? Lechem lechel. So Bachsidim is amol given a word that it should be lechem leche, that he should eat the food and not the food should eat him. Because sometimes you have a matziv that the food eats him. He becomes with the lashon, like the Rebbe Marash told this Chevreman, Amaretz is osur lechel basar. Amaretz is verbunden zu essen Fleisch. It becomes that this is who I am. Eat. He doesn't say he wants food. Aber severta mol that this is who I become. And Zabzach is begit. Who's in charge of who? Is it because, so this is, everyone has different weaknesses. So there's Taivas Alavushim, there's Taivas HaGeulah, but it's Rav Zain Ogetaich and Yoderein in Zaine Sachen. There's, who's in charge of who? And this is dictated by us. Only if I have a strong identity, then I don't get slipped in. But pashtus. It's not like a tefillah zu Gott, as al Masad sein, there shouldn't become lechem lechem. This is unsere Avede. And as zugebunden zu Eden, fällt man nicht unten. There's no shortcuts. There's no such thing as a Yid who's liegt nicht in Lernen and doesn't become a reingeschleppt in Elam Hase. That's the fact. And not only is it manageable in Elam Hase, like it says, it's even healthier, it's better for dealing with Elam Hase. Because getting schlepped into the food, lechem was the lechem est mir, und nicht ich esse the lechem. It says in the Mamorim, it says in Vasisa Tzitz, in Eter, it could be says in other places also, I just know from there, it's a famous mimer. It says it's not kedai for business to be too involved. Pashta, it's a table for business. Why? Because the way business works is that once you get involved in a deal, it's very hard to leave it. You have to be cold in business. You can't be excited. Once you get involved, so you so it's hard to not do it. Just like we're not all businessmen, but every person does different things. Basically, you have to buy a house. Problem is that once you invested in it and you spend a lot of time checking out all the details, so it's already you're not objective anymore. So it's healthy to make smart decisions to not be too involved. So steht dort, as es chakmus be'esek is mazik to the esek. Don't be too involved. So it's healthy for dealing with Elam Hazeh not to be involved in Elam Hazeh. You'll get better Elam Hazeh. You'll get better results. So a Yechid is the Miteler Rivkin. There was a Yid in Crown Heights. Some people remember. You remember Miteler Rivkin? I remember for sure.
Is your kind in Shushanim?
Yeah. Miteler Rivkin. Yeah. Shmulik Spurz Shveh. Miteler Rivkin. It's given a very interesting Yid. Balabatische Yid. Behider. Balabas. No Yichudei Allah. But he was a great askin at Gitanim. He was in the Vad of Beis Rivka. and he was also a businessman. He macht Geld. He was and he had his family come over. There was a lot going on, and he felt that was too much for him. He was passionate. He didn't have yeshiva das. He wasn't managing. So in Yechidus, he told the Rebbe that he doesn't know how to juggle everything. So the Rebbe told him, set aside time every day for learning. He was complaining that his day is not manageable. So Rebbe says, set aside time. So be'emes, it's really we should demand from you more. But because to tustim askanos and beis rivka, so you're going to get a discount. So the Rebbe told him he has to learn, I'm not sure if the Rebbe said 45 minutes or an hour a day, he has to have a chavrusa. I think it was 45 minutes. Because he tut in askanos, he tut in avet saklal, so therefore that's his deal. But two to know, very interesting. One is they have to pay your chavrusa. And the second thing is you have to learn not in your house, you have to learn in shul. And that was the Seder, that's what he did. He used to pay Rabbi Malo, this is before Rabbi Malo became the Rav. He used to pay him, he used to learn after Rebbe Shulchan Aruch with him. For years. There was kavod, the chavrusa that he had, 45 minutes a day. And he said he saved his life. Poshet, as Gevar Naruk Mensch. Everyone understands this is the way it works. The reason why we have so much bilbul and so much tiruf adas is because, like it says, merubim tzarchi amcha v'daitam k'tzara. Steht in Chassidus, why merubim tzarchi amcha? Because we have daitam k'tzara, we have a ketzer adas. If we have a little bit more das, there would be less needs. There wouldn't be so much tzarchi amcha. Merubim tzarchi, so ein taitchis was mizacht is, as daitam k'tzara is, as the hasush pashat enough of the herem, what's important in life. But tiefer geret is that it wouldn't be so much. It won't be so much. Things become smaller. You get a healthier perspective if a person is alive. If a person lept mitepis, so things, of course, it's still necessary. We still have to go shopping, and we still have to be beside the carpool, and we still have to. There's stuff. But it just becomes a list of to do, and it doesn't become that it's a est meruf. Ich esem. I take care of things. I'm coming milmayla lamata. As I say, Torah is milmayla lamata. Tefillah is milmata mayla. Torah is because Torah was given in such a way. Mishamayim, shmicha, and wie steht das Torah? The way the Eibishter by Yered Avai al Har Sinai, Torah the Eibishter gave in Evim milmayla lamata. It's the same way it's experienced in a Yid in Aveda. Torah is something that you get overtaken by an emes, by a vort. Your whole yachas to everything becomes from a perch, from ich lieg in land. First of all, I'm alive. I have a life. So there's stuff to do. Say we'll deal with them. First of all, if some things don't happen perfectly, nothing happened. I'm not measured. That's not what I am. So I did a halb gebacken. Say it. And it's a list you go through. You don't become emotionally involved. Limud Torah or limud pnimius Torah is a garanish. You know, pnimius Torah. It's like the tchuna of limud pnimius Torah is that once you become involved in Chassidus, it takes over your nefesh. Where's the andere mensch? The chiddush of the Miteler Rebbe is that we took regular people, and it could say mamorin 2 a.m. and 3 times on a Shabbos, and it could say 16 hours of Chassidus. And there was an Eilam there. Chiddush is not that the Rebbe has gesagt. The Chiddush is that there was such an Eilam, was a mitgehalten, who was with him. That's the Pella. And it's Shaykh. Come on. Everything is, me'ein, and it has to be lefi arkenu. But we could live in learning, we can leben in Chassidus, we can leben in a hechere leben. And in the Rebbe sprach, it's not just that it's possible, it's expected. And if not, we're selling ourselves short. That's the truth. The tiredkeit that the Rebbe had for someone which is involved in Chassidus, just the involvement, the shaklevetari bedach, like the Rebbe said in this mind. There's a famous letter about Rabbi when Zevin wrote to the Rebbe about the Sefer Erkim. So first of all, there was a message that I sent to the Shazar. Basically, Rabbi's job was to be involved in Sefer Erkim, and he produced a volume which is phenomenal, but it's not Mamsha Encyclopedia.
His job was to be involved or to write it.
His job was to write it. It's nicht stam. The Rebbe wanted him. The Rebbe didn't want him to be involved in Anachas. Didn't want him to be involved in anything else. Only this. Only this. The Rebbe wanted him to learn Pashat. Only Chassidus. Sefer Erkim. All the Rashi Sicha says mitzad the Rebbe. It's an unbelievable thing. Mitzad the Rebbe. So there won't be Anachas. Certainly not look at the Sichas. All this thing came al Matalamayda. The Rebbe wanted Sefer Erkim should happen. And the Rebbe's own Sharblat, the Rebbe put on Sefer Erkim. This is like the Rebbe's project, the Rebbe's dream. That it should be, it has the Rebbe Sharblat. And the Rebbe said that all the Maftechas, which the Rebbe himself made, who decided the Erkim of Sefer Erkim? How does it work? What's considered the Erech or not? This is based on the Rebbe's Maftechas. The Rebbe made these Erkim. The Rebbe made Maftechas. And basically, Sefer Erkim is supposed to be mefaneach all these maftechas, obviously, to service Meruba Leiker, and to develop Erkim, and to be Mesadig and Chassidus. And there were grants for it, and there was a lot of pressure also from the grants, because it wasn't producing, so there was also, this was supposed to happen.
I'm glad I didn't even make it to base yet.
Is Lapoil, after years and years and years, you've produced this thing. If you just look at it, this is before you even get involved in the Erkim of Eir, where over there it's like Tutzach in Ava. Posha to be Masakim, never mind in Havana. The amount of Madregas that he makes in Ava, just the Erkim is like the 12 Sugei Ava. But in each one there's Chiluki Madregas. On Aguzma, thousands of Chiluki Madregas. As they come to us. Because each one of them, so it's a klolos of pratis nemra, and it's like the way each, it's mind-boggling. Lepoil, it's not a very good encyclopedia. Like if somebody wants to know what's the Taich Av Kiddush Beyesh, it's not like the best place to go. You just get lost. So the Rebbe, once it came out, the Rebbe was so happy, and the Rebbe sent copies of it to different people, and the Rav Zevin got a copy from the Rebbe. And the Rav Zevin, who made an encyclopedia Talmudis, and had an opinion on what encyclopedias are supposed to look like, sent a message to the Rebbe that this is a Meridige Sefer, it's not an encyclopedia. I don't know what the plan was, this is not. So, the Rebbe wrote back to him as, you're right, but what can you do if you have a young man who is so involved in Chassidus? It's very hard to stop it. It's very hard to be magbil. And the Rebbe wrote the words, Koshe Gamla HaMagbil. It's hard, in other words, it's not just that it's hard because he's unstoppable, it's hard for me to stop him. How could I stop him?
Es hat Navichs Hamoichem, was ich glaube, das ist Aluschen.
Das ist Loschen?
Ja, so Navichs Hamoichem ist, kann man nicht stoppen.
Aber es ist Koshe Gamla HaMagbil. So that was just like and now this is, it doesn't make sense because there was a vision over here and how much the Rebbe invested and wanted this to happen and saw the potential in this. It's not this is not dira b'tachtenim. Like it's not good for the plan. And mitzad sheni, I'm sure the Rebbe was very disappointed. It's nicht da was zu reden. Aber kosher laha magbi. Was sagt da? You're going to stop being a man? How can you stop such a tayr azach? That's basically what the Rebbe told him. Yeah. This is, there's the Farbrengen Tes-Yud Tes, Shabbos Bereishis. Sam Chesteire, noch ein ganzer Meister, der Rebbe ist Farbrengen, mit der Elam, mit der Poshet, sich hereinwerfen und dann Chassidus. And the sprach over there is that there has to be onagbolis. Yovi yatzme b'mea das atoy. You have to, like the Rambam says, that the mea das atoy is the mikveh. You have to bury yourself. Again, or dip in, drown in, and be covered in his entire guf, in the mikveh, in the purity of limit pnimis haTorah. And then the Rebbe says, so Mele, whenever you have a free moment, you grab either kuntris or the raksav, it's a bichel chsidis, Mesivta chsidis. Again, what do you mean that I'm involved? It's not a certain level of learning, it's also not a certain amount of time. It's an identity. This is what I do. This is what I do. This is who I am. This word from the Ramelech is very. The Ramelech had a certain pashtus to his style, the way he would talk. I mentioned before that Achsidische Bacher is nicker when I get in Kislev. If he takes out a contrast from his pocket, you know the Bacher was left with tepes. So it's not tepes achlotete. Okay, so now I'm going to start collecting contrasim in the pocket. But that's the sprach that the Rebbe said. So when I have a free minute, this is what he does. You stop by the traffic light. We all have so much time in the day, which is partially wasted. You put on hold. You make a phone call. You put on hold. What do you do now? You scroll on your phone. You look at what happens now. So it's Tzelev Shamayim. You have with you a contrast, a Dvar Malchus, a Chayenu, a thing. Learn Tavort. This is who we are. This is natural. This is the comfortable, yishmaka place to be. And it's soft. It is a decision. It is a decision. It's about, once I decide that this is who I am, and this is what's interesting, because it does interest us. We want our children to know this. This is, we need it. It's emes. It's not yeshmein. Nothing for give. This is who we are. So let's live like that. Let's live the way we are. L'chaim.
Was? Nein, steht nicht absolut nicht mit was. Kusche, Pauken. Es sucht nicht kein Wort wegen der Visa Moichnuck, das ist liegt mit dem Kopf. Ja, ich denke, der Rebbe ist gerecht. Was? Ich denke, der Rebbe geht gerecht. Das ist okay. It's just men that very good. Wie hast du schon mit dem Brief? Bist du schon aufgeschleppt den Brief? He said, no, how did you get it? Because he Googled the 3 words he said. This. Ya mama, ya da, ya.
Ja.
En dat is kennen.
Das ist meine Wahl. Das ist meine Wahl.
Ja, mama, what do you call it? Yes.
Kabbalah, das ist
Ya mama,
schon lange nicht gesessen.
Sagt Baltimore?
Es gewinnt ältere Bacher in Baltimore.
Ah.
Schlecht. Chaim Yudel. Chaim. Likewise. Sag mal Chaim ein bisschen.
Wie kennt
Ich kann nicht Yudel von den Sommers. Von Camp.
I don't know, wie bist du ausgewachsen?
Chaim. Schmulle gesagt, noch Chaim ein bisschen. Sitzt etwas zurück, noch Chaim mitche. Ja. Auf dem haben sich nicht gedacht, überkleiden von Manz. Das ist Bella Battle. Chaim Avram. It's an interessante Sache. I never heard anybody else has this ning. He had a älter Vetter, Moshe Katznalberg. Not enough anybody knew him or heard of him. Moshe Katznalberg. Oh, Nachim, yeah.
Is that Shmuel's father?
No, Shmuel Kagan?
Shmuel Kagan's
cousin.
Yeah. his cousin.
This despite the age difference.
He came out of Russia in Toshan Lamed. He was there for many years. He gesessen zweimal, once for learning Torah, another time he was for money things. He told me, zweimal bin ich gesessen, einmal für Torah, einmal für Aveda. Whatever. He's a special Yid. So he told me, he said that he remembers as a kid what gesungen about the first Yud Kislev. The first Yud Kislev was the reason why the Pashtus Yud Kislev is not such a big celebration like Tes Kislev, even though in a way it was a worse Huledes, it went after Rebbe, Huledes, it's Pashtus because it was right after the Stalkus. So there was no proper Chagige, so it never really took off. So nish huk Huledes in the Zelbe Eifen.
The Stalkers was a Kitzah in Hilula. Meaning that since the run finished,
Right.
Miteler hold back to the Senate. So, in the Rebbe said the reason because of the earth, the deal is never a real deal.
Never.
It's not my Mashali, just Mashali. Yeah, what you said.
So Meshach HaZelman used to sing this nigun. Now he told me as his Mekubal, as his from Yemen. It's from the times of the Miteler Rebbe or that first Yud Kislev. To me, it sounds a bit like too good to be true. But either way, it's a very old nigun. It says he heard it as a kid in Samarkand from Elter Chassidim, who they heard it from before. So it's going back 150 years. I don't know exactly. But it's to describe that first Farbrengen Yud Kislev with Chag HaGeulah, aber leidoch, it was just after the Stalkus. So man hat gesungen bei jener Farbrengen. Als geht der Nussach. Gerade noch, ich could ask, you know Nochi Katzali? Yeah, sure, it's your age. Yeah. So, Nochi is Chaz ist allemal danin. So his father always used to sing. Der Rebbe hat geheißen, Freilach sein. Der Rebbe hat geheißen, trinken Wein. Der Rebbe hat geheißen, Freilich sein, Freilich darf man sein. See, you sing it twice. Ne? Aber was für a Simche, was für a Wein, als der Rebbe nicht hat dabei. Was für a Simche, was für a Wein, als der Rebbe nicht hat dabei. And then you go again. Der Rebbe hat geheißen, Freilich sein. It just goes back. And then, ay, which is the nigun of Nezerish Chlapsi. So, ich sage noch, wie es, als fleckt man das Singen, Al-Kopanim, it was composed, diese sind die Werte zu Aros zu bringen, was es dort gewinnt. Das sind alte Werte. In Poil, there's a lot of relevance zu unserer Tchuf. Aber das sind die Werte. I think that's why he used to chazed this story of this nigun a lot. Das ist sehr sich gehad wird, als fleckt man singen. Ja, L'chaim. So this value, which is a value by the Rebbe, by the Rabbi, Amazon Ligen and Avart Chassidus, became much sharper by the Rebbe. By the Friedrich Rebbe, L'moshel, there's a lot of Sprach, of was heißt, everything's relative. Hast du mit auf Farbrengen in Avede, and mit tut in Skala on Avede, it's Garish Wert. Sometimes it's even Mamish Sharfaces. Mit tut in Skala on Avede, so it's the Tata find there was once by the Friedrich Rebbe in during the war in America. The Friedrich Rebbe, they wanted the Friedrich Rebbe to talk against Germany. They probeert to guide him that he should say something. They wanted to. The Rebbe says things. So somebody said, I think there's a Rabbi in Gordon. Someone said by the Tish over there, as the Tatot find got the Deutsch. Says the Rebbe Rashab hated the Germans. The context of that was because Yadua Kaiser Willem, the Rebbe Rashab saw him as Mamish a Grace Klippe, that he brought a scholar in the Welt, and there was Mamish he once went to sit on his chair, and to write Chassidus, like there was a real war of a ruchnistic war against HaGeulah. The Rebbe Rashab had Pashat, he saw HaGeulah as a Mamsha Klipper. But in context, it was to bring up the conversation, so maybe the Friedrich Rebbe will talk. And it's very interesting, I mean, if you read the Sichos of the Friedrich Rebbe, during the war, very often, like you even left wondering, like, Tutzach dort Mevel Hayam, the Friedrich Rebbe is not Mesiachas. It's not Mesiachas. Tudor in Arbat Sayadus in America, and he's talking against all the reform schools, and are they... Talk. Relative to the what's going on, very often you have ganze Farbrengen that's not mentioned. Say it. So, was going like the. Yeah, anyways, Akapon Friedrich was not Mesiach. He did not want to talk about it. This is and Akriva Kedusha, yeah. The Ramazim dort. So it's. Yeah. So the Farbrengen, the Friedrich Rebbe didn't want to answer. So he said, noch mehr was der Tat hat fein gehabt der Deutsch, hat der Feind gehabt der Maske, was tut nicht in der Welt. That was... The Arroz to bring like a sharp word. Now, there was once in Tafshin Vav, Melech who used to always kach sich in this shtickle. And once the Friedrich Rebbe was saying this Indian that learning Chassidus, Farbrengen in Aveda, and if not, it's gar nicht wert. So it says over there in Sefer Sichos Shal HaRamash. Yeah, and it was the Rebbe asked by this Farbrengen, Tafshin Vav, but my Gora from, if I'm not mistaken, I think the question is my Gora from Nigla. It says Limud HaTorah. Why is it nothing? And we have an answer. She says, Azay is the Indian. So Melech always used to say is, as the Rebbe is geblieben Bazantz. The Shal HaRamash is geblieben Azay. He didn't... Yeah, it's printed in Sefer Sichos. I hope I'm chazing it richtig. That's the Teichen Kloli is that the Rebbe is asking why isn't there atzmistic value to limit Chassidus? I don't remember if it's exactly what I'm saying. And no, in Deir Shvi this nukuda became much stronger. Yeah, the Rebbe has gekocht in Tafshin Nun Beis. Earlier also, but in Tafshin Nun Beis, winter Nun Beis, there was the Rebbe spoke. As a state, the Miteler Rebbe. In fact, it was so interesting. Whatever, I'll just say the Rebbe said. Then there was a weekday Sikha Tes-Yud, and then Shabbos Lech Lecha was a hemshech of Sichos. Gekocht in the Indian from Keni Knizi Kadmeni. The Miteler Rebbe is a maimer al Totzeres Meir that says that our Aveda nowadays is Birur Amidus, which is Shiva Amim. Mashiach comes, is going to be a musig of Birur Ameichim. But nowadays it's Birur Amidus. That's why nowadays we don't have the kibush of the Shalish Amim. It's only, which is Chabad. We only have the 7, which is the Mitzvah. So the Rebbe said, we're getting close to Yemei Mashiach. We already have today the Indian of kibush Ameichim, which means it's a ligen in Chassidus, als ein in Fazich, it's a lernen Hecher, Breiter, Tiefer, Ve'etvu, Iker Hecher. It's a lernen Heche in Yanim, in Chassidus, to kochen in them. This was the... You come from Toronto?
Yeah.
Shorshe. Sheri Shorshe. So you know Rabbiski? Yeah, Hershel Rabbiski. He got a hero from the Rebbe to teach the Shverste in Yanim and Chassidus to his Mokoravim before the Frum. He learns Ein Beis with Chevre who are not like Russische Chevre. He learns Ein Beis. He has Mamische. Rebbe mit auch kochen und Avart Chassidus. The Rebbe doch genommen the Sach business of sugar. It was so pelagic. So, like, I was just talking to somebody. So he says he remembers he was in 770, then Toshin on base. It was Tes-Yud. He's like, 1 second. The Rebbe read the Yud Kislev Sicher. The Rebbe spoke about sich kochen in the Mamorim from the Miteler Rebbe and the Lernen Bahar Chove and the Aflo, the Hisrach was from the Miteler Rebbe. A whole, it was Shloshim Yem before Tes-Kislev, but the Rebbe should angeheben kochen in der Zach. It was like Nicker. Like this, the Rebbe got a Yud Kislev Sicha and Mitten Chesv. That's the way they looked at it. So does this klar? as this is, in them, kocht sich der Rebbe, that there should be Pashat of Afleitzung von Limud Pnimis HaTeire. So we expect it. There's high expectations from us. Aber behem is really what the Rebbe is saying is, as is geschmacker. He's not man. So no heiche Sachen was man want. There should be Birin Amidis in Eifen, that there should be Meis Baras. So that's not a realistic expectation. Aber zu sich heben hecher, zu lernen auf Wort Chassidus und zu liegen in them, this is a bit interesting meise. But I heard this story from a Yid. I don't want to say a name, but it was a true story. He was a Bach. He wasn't a Bacher then. He was a kid. He was 12 years old, and he was. His father was very close. There was very. I don't know the yachas with the Rebbe. So the Rebbe had a yachas with this kid also. In the mems, we're talking over here in the middle mems somewhere. It was, or the early mems maybe. He was 12 years old, and it was the middle of Kesho Bracha. And he stood basically, so if the Rebbe is standing over here, Kesho Bracha, so Freiden, the photographer, would stand like just a bit further down. And he was standing next to Freiden, the photographer. And the Amal Gezeiten pictures, you had to have films. So you exchange films. So how would he be able to have pictures of everyone? It takes time to change a film. So he had two cameras. And while he was continuing to take pictures of the dust, so the other camera would have a kid help him to change the films. Raised from the musig, you drape back the film, and then you put in the new one, and you stretch it, and you have to drape it in. You know such a musag? That's alte Zeiten, Samal gewen as Sachen. Yeah. Okay. It's like I'm changing the battery in the iPhone, or recharging. So midreit around the thing. It takes 10 seconds or 20 seconds, however you have to dial back the old one. After they started making them electronic, whatever. So he had such a camera that you had to drape. This is 12 o'clock at night, and so this kid is helping out. Miteler, the Rebbe dreht sich herum zu ihm. Tells him, was spielst du mit die Tschatschkes?
This is a kid.
It's a kid, he's 12 years old. Not afraid. Was spielst du mit die Tschatschkes? Why are you playing with these toys? Because like, the Maltner Zach, whatever. Saying he's helping, he's kosher entertainment, helping out. And then the Rebbe continued giving out Keshe Bracha, and then he turned around again. He said, dein Seid hat doch gekocht in dem Amorim von der Miteler Rebbe. Hebon koch in dem Amorim von der Miteler Rebbe. Everyone has himself saw it. Like not everybody could hear, but everybody saw that the Rebbe was pushing like when he began this. So this Yid, grade, after he got married, wherever he lives in Monza. Happens to be, a few years ago, Yud Kislev, he's by Farbrengen with his son. I was talking about this Meister. So I asked him, "No, so your father kocht some Amar from the Miteler Rebbe?" He said, "No, it's an alter vergessen Meister is for." So we called up his father then by the Farbrengen. We made a chlotte. And Adayim, this Chaverman learned with his son. They learned through a whole few Mamarim with Rebbe. Yisrael of Baba Simcha. I think they're doing in the Psakech when I Yud Kislev Farbrengen. We brought him back to Yene Maimet. So Yid a balabas in Monsi Mamsha Balabachi Yid, but he has the Rebbe's. First, I heard this story many years ago. I thought it sounded like it didn't make sense. Like, what are you screaming at a kid that does? But he said, yeah, I get anxious. He ran away. He ran away in the middle of the thing. His father was looking for him. His friends were. I heard it from one of his friends. He said he remembers after Kesho Bracha, his father was looking for his thing. You can imagine just the trauma, everybody looking at you, and then screaming at you, but what did he do wrong? He was hiding somewhere. He was his friends found him and brought him back home. About Kaponim, the Rebbe has high expectations.
Trauma.
No, this is the Naya word. Today, with this time, we consider the Chvezvas.
Yeah, abuse.
Kaponim, good. L'chaim.
Schwedus, Monzi, noch schon ein bisschen mehr.
Sie gehen mit dem Loch am meisten. Bei seinem Schaben brach es. Kann es nicht gewinnen. Das haben wir mal, aber it's not very serious.
Good, I said it right.
Only last night.
Only last night.
By his Shabbos brachas, whatever. It wasn't a very serious spot. He wasn't by Farbrengen. And the Rebbe asked him. The Rebbe knew it was Shabbos brach. The Rebbe wanted it to be Shabbos brach by Farbrengen. He said to call him. Well, she got pushes come upon him. He got. Yeah.
Then it wasn't stylish for trauma to fly out. I know for now.
No, just like Chris, I just like said I'm not so about it. And that's another question.
Fine, l'chaim with the breeder, l'chaim.